Exactly.
I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care if it's...
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you hide. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him. And you trust me. I don't give a fuck what you do for a bitch. It ain't enough. Trust me, my nigga. And once in a while, you meet an exceptional bitch. Remember, like in the movies, Django, the exceptional nigga. Right. Every once in a while, you might meet an exceptional woman who actually is happy that you are her friend and that you give her love, affection, and anything else. Right. That's rare. I had a bitch, I did everything for this bitch one day. Then when it was time to go, the bitch was like, you coming over? I'm like, I got shit to do tonight.
Testing. Hello. Is this microphone on? Take it off me real quick. Is this microphone on? Yes, sir. Check it. 1 2 1 2. Let me open up the invitation. Golly. Let me open up the invitation. Golly. CGA, Andrew Wilson. Let's bring up the video. Oh, man. Let's bring up the video. Hold on for a sec. Don't tell me that, y'all, come on. The Crucible? Let's see if the Crucible has the video up already. I don't know, man. I was watching people in the chat of the debate, and I was disappointed. I was fairly disappointed in the chat. Hold on for a second. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me share this real quick. Pause. Let me share this real quick. Let me share my screen with y'all. Let me share the Crucible. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Let's share this real quick. What do I got as my background? Here we go. Something more stable. Oh, Lord. Devil's avocado. It looks like, the Crucible doesn't have the debate already up. CGA already has the debate up. So, no, not that. I already searched this. See this real quick. Yeah, he has the debate already up on his channel. So he already has the debate up on his channel. I don't know what the Crucible finna do. I don't know if they finna do some editing. They finna do some editing on the Crucible. And by the way, anybody can join. Let me share the link to the people that can. You can join me if you want to. If you have your opinions of the debate that just happened. Me personally, I think this was basically Coach Greg Adams versus Hafiz Part 2. No disrespect to Andrew Wilson, but he was a bit out of his depth, and his audience, unfortunately, they're a bit out of their depth as well. No disrespect, but that is to be expected from the tradcon artists, the tradcon simps. They're not that they're really not privy to how the world really works. I don't think they have. It's really clear that a lot of tradcons do not have much experience with women. It's very clear. When I was watching this debate, there was so many blank spots I saw with Andrew Wilson where I'm like, damn, he really doesn't know. But let me put the link. I'm gonna put the link because I don't want it just to be my voice. If you guys want to join in, if you guys watch the debate and you want to share your opinion on how the debate went, you're free to do so. I'm going to share the referral link. Let me do this because I haven't done this in a minute, so bear with me on this. I'm going to share, join the discussion here. And I'm going to put this thing right here. Pause. Right? Join the discussion here. And then I'm got to go to my actual YouTube and pin it. Unfortunately, I can't do that on StreamYard. I got to actually go to my YouTube channel and go to my chat and pin it. Pin message. Here we go. Message pinned. Right? Yeah, Andrew Wilson was a bit out of his depth. No disrespect, but a lot of tradcons just they're out of their depth in general. They unfortunately, one of the main reasons why my channel exists, me personally, this is just my opinion. One of the reasons why my channel even got the numbers that it got originally was because I was going in on the tradcons and who they're a fan of, particularly when it came to me joking on Jesse Lee Peterson, right? And the crowd that I got from it and seeing their responses or seeing the natural responses when I talk about Riley Gaines, et cetera, it's clear that they have no idea. they don't know what they're walking into when it comes to this thing where this belief that they have of thinking that there's actual traditional conservative women in the United States, right? But let me play the beginning of the debate. No, how about let me play one of my favorite parts of the debate, which kind of indicated that CGA won the debate. They brought up book sales for some reason. I don't know why it turned into a pissing contest at the end, right? But this is what happened when two men go at it. And book sales came up, and CJ was like, "Look, my book sales is, free agent lifestyle is their numbers." And then CJ said, "Do you have a book?" No. And Andrew Wilson, you know what Andrew Wilson replied back? He said, "But my wife does. I bet she has bigger numbers than you." And then CJ was looking at this ninja. He was like, "Are you bragging on your wife's books?" Man, I put down my phone. and put my hand in my head like Peter from Family Guy. When I was just like, I'm like, is you bragging on your wife's book sales and bragging how you take every penny? CJ was like, bro, you pimping out your wife? I swear to God, that's what Andrew Wilson said. He's probably gonna have it deleted from the Crucible. This is I swear on everything on my life. He said that. He said, check out my wife's book sales, and I get every money. I get all the money from her book, so I don't need. I'm sitting there like, You comparing your no book having self to CGA's. You could have just said, you could have just took the L and be like, look, I have no book, but this is what I have. This dude brought up his wife in her book. What? Man, I'm just sitting there. I can laugh about that now, but when Andrew Wilson brought up his wife's book compared to CGA's book, I was like, what? That was basically the white equivalent. It was this is why CGA was befuddled. It was almost the white equivalent of when black men brag about how their wife buys them Jordans. It was literally the white equivalent of that. Oh yeah, my woman pays for me. That's basically what Andrew Wilson said. And CGA was like, "Oh my God, this is literally it was the white version of that." I swear on my mama, he said that. He said, "I bet you my wife book sales is better than yours." On my mama, he said that. on my father, on everybody, he said that. I was like, you cannot be serious. I hope I can I gotta find that part for you.
A whole bunch of religious people killing people, but go ahead. Go ahead. Keep it going. All right, a lot of people killing each other.
That's what you guys advocate
You're
for.
only good if you're religious.
Always better. Again,
Okay, you're asking me for
how many
mine.
times do I have to explain this?
Come on, man.
So again, when you're talking about just
Well,
do
fantasy.
you realize that
I love it though.
it-
Hold on. You're giving me a mitigating.
What are you talking about?
You wanna call
That's
me a
not
dude?
falling
Hey,
game. Demonstrate it. Do you
you
not
don't have the
understand?
numbers. You're selling a fantasy.
We do have the numbers.
You're selling a
Oh my
fantasy.
God.
Easy acid contract. I can guarantee you that. Two different things, sir.
Which part of? I don't really. Again, I don't understand.
Yeah, that must have been toward the end, because toward the end of the debate, they started talking about each other's wives and stuff. I'm like, here we go.
Funny though.
Good. Well, that tells me the type of man you are. Holy.
Oh yeah, this is right here, guys. I'm just to show you that I'm not lying about this. I saw this live. They probably gonna have it deleted from the Crucible. This last that 10-minute part. But watch this before they delete this off YouTube.
Scraping for shit right now.
If it's the case that you say
He's
if
scrambling
you're
and scraping for shit right now.
If you're married by the state,
Look at him scrambling.
if you're married by the state, your chances of marriage or divorce
But if you don't
increase.
get married, your chances of divorce is zero.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second.
And that's the thing too, because sorry to interrupt, but Andrew Wilson tried this argument tactic with Just Pearly, but even he lost that argument with Just Pearly with trying to push for the the marriage thing. In 2025, it's not happening, brother.
Your chances of if you don't get married,
Unless you're cohabitating,
your chances
right?
of divorce is
Unless you're
zero.
cohabitating.
Depends on where you live.
Yeah. So then it's not
That's not
zero.
wrong. Not
So
in
you just
California.
lied. It's not
Not in
zero.
California.
So then it's not zero.
What about if you don't cohabitate?
Yeah. Again. So
Again.
now you're moving the goalposts.
No, most of the time, if you read my book, then I bet you can't read. Did you write a book? I'm pretty sure you didn't.
No.
I wrote a book.
My
that
wife wrote a
basically
book, and I take all her money though.
Good. Well,
I swear. Do I need to rewind it for you guys again? Let me slow it down because it's at 1.5 speed. Let me put it at a different speed. No, let me see normal. And I hope because you already know how this stuff works. Because I said Andrew Wilson lost, they're gonna try to get my reaction to this canceled. Like I said, like it's interesting when it comes to the a lot of the negative feedback that I've gotten has been from conservative dudes, believe it or not, on my channel, right? Let me see. I don't know. I'm looking for. Maybe it's right in front of me. Hold on for a second, guys. I don't know why I can't change it. Let me see. It says normal. Okay, speed back, normal. Oh, they doing me dirty. They doing me dirty. Okay, look, we'll play it normally, but that's just a setup. That's a setup, but whatever. We'll play it normally, and you'll hear it again.
that tells me the type of man you are. Holy mackerel! You're pimping your wife out now. Scraping for shit right now.
If it's the case that you say
He's scrambling and scraping for shit right now.
If you're married by the state,
Look at him scrambling.
Yeah,
and scraping.
if you're married by the state, your chances of marriage or divorce
But if you don't get married,
Shout out. Oh man, I really wish I could change it to 1.25 speed, but they're not letting me for some weird reason. This is weird. Don't tell me they told CGA to take down the video. Hold on. Can somebody confirm this for me real quick? on his channel. Hopefully they because his live video posted immediately. And speaking of which, let me download, since I do got YouTube Premium, let me download the video before to my hard drive before it's too late. Because I already know what they finna do. They finna do him dirty. They finna say, take down the full video. We didn't edit it. Because Andrew Wilson lost. Hold on for a second. Let me download this video as we speak. We are downloading this. Yes, sir, Bob. Yes. That's what we're doing. You ain't finna pull a Just Pearly on me. Delete that video when you talking about your Me Too story. Oh, Pyro's in the chat. Pyro's in the building. Let me put him on. Hey, man. Pyro's that you? But he'll chime in when need be. He'll chime in when need be. But I got the notification for the debate a little bit late, so I came in no Diddy at the 15-minute mark or the 20-minute mark. But anyways, let's play this part. I just want to play that part again at the end when Andrew Wilson was trying to brag on his wife's book sales compared to CGA, and Andrew Wilson don't have no book.
Your chances of divorce is 0.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. I'm sorry.
Your chances of, if you don't get married,
unless you're cohabitating, right?
Divorce is
unless
0.
you're cohabitating.
Depends on where you live.
Yeah. So then it's not
That's common
0.
law, not
so
in
you just
California.
lied.
Got to keep pausing it. I'm sorry because they won't let me get to 1.25 speed. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube. But here we go.
It's not 0.
In California.
So then it's not 0.
What about if you don't cohabitate?
Yeah, again. So now you're moving the goalposts.
No, most of the time. If you read my book, then I bet you.
So right here at that part, this is where he's like, I bet you didn't read my book. And then watch his response.
Can't read. Did you write a book? I'm pretty sure you didn't.
No.
I wrote a book.
My wife wrote a book, and I take all her money, though.
Good. Well, that tells me what type of man you are. Holy mackerel. You're pimping your wife out now? What's
To
next?
write books that I
what's
profit
next
from?
if those, how many books that she sold? Now, let me get
I'm
back
pimping,
to this.
I'm pimping
Hold
her
on for a
out
second.
And I'm talking about Andrew Wilson was standing on this for a good minute and a half. Standing on his wife book sales compared to CGA. Talking about how I take every money, every penny from her book sales. As a response, as a counter. I was like, dude, you've got to be kidding me. But let me refresh. I'm gonna refresh the page. I'm gonna refresh it. Let me see if the speed changes. If I can put it to, okay, here we go. It was just a glitch. It was just a glitch. Here we go. But that's crazy work, though. That's crazy work. That's diabolical.
Yeah, again. So now you're moving the goalposts.
No, most of the time. If you read my book, then I bet you can't read. Did you write a book? I'm pretty sure you didn't.
No.
I wrote a book.
My wife wrote a book, and I take all her money, though.
Good. Well, that tells me what type of man you are. Holy mackerel. You're pimping your wife out now? What's
To
next?
write books that I
what's
profit
next if
from?
those, how many books that she sold? Now, let me get
I'm
back
pimping-
to
I'm
this.
pimping her
Hold on
out
for a
'cause she
second.
wrote a
Hold on for a
book?
second.
What?
My prescription for men is no, hold on for a second. No.
To write a book.
Yeah, well, I guess YouTube's going well if you're living off your wife's books. All right, what's her name? So we can give her some shine to sell some books.
Oh, her name is Rachel.
Oh man, Andrew Wilson, he should have just took the L right there.
Wilson, the author of Occult Feminism. I guarantee it sold more copies than yours, sir.
All right, we can look it up.
Let's
It's
look
over
it
that now. We can look it
No,
up.
let's look it
Now
up
watch
right
this.
now.
Now, there's no way in hell that, no disrespect to Andrew Wilson's wife, but there's no way in hell that her book outsold CGA's Free Agent Lifestyle just off the numbers. There's no way. Probably not even De-Evolution, but they were talking specifically about Free Agent Lifestyle. But I'm like, Andrew Wilson, bro, you, as a counter argument to you having no books, you bring up your wife's book. Come on, man. That's an L. I'm sorry. That's an L, guys. That's an L.
Watch this. All right, go ahead.
I want to look it up right now. Now I just want to
Now
know.
at this point, what have you done? You're living off the backs of your wife? Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Is this traditional marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
Boy, oh boy, men have fallen. I'm gonna tell you that.
Absolutely.
Men have fallen. It's a disgrace. All right.
Man.
You're living off of what? Is this traditional marriage, by the way?
Yes.
Your wife is in the
Yeah, that was. I'm sorry, that's L. Pyro. What's happening? Oh, nothing. Nothing. He's still probably fixing fixing his end. No Diddy.
traditional marriage and you're living off her finances. God damn. All right, boy. The crucible is falling apart at this particular point.
He said the crucible is falling apart. Well, that's the thing, you know, with the trad cons. You know. Nah, Pyro, I couldn't hear you at all. I couldn't hear you at all. You might have to try one more time. But yeah, maybe there's a reason why the Crucible didn't Crucible ain't post the full video. I'm like, what? Shouldn't you just post? It's y'all not done? Hold on for a second, man. Let me bring up the Crucible channel one more time because I think that's. Let's see, Crucible. Oh man. Let me see. Yep, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Okay. Oh, let me see. Pyro. I can hear you now. Yes. How's it going, man?
Everything is good, man. Like I hear you discussing about the Tradcon guy showing off his wife. Like he keeps talking about his wife every single second. Like, come on, man. Can't you just talk about something else?
By any chance, did you watch the debate? It literally just happened right now. It just ended an hour ago, I think.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to watch it because I was cleaning up.
So if you get the chance, technically it was on the Crucible, but the Crucible, they're probably editing it right now. But
yeah,
they decided to simulcast it on CGA's channel. So CGA's channel has he has the full debate up on his live on his live tab. So if you want to watch it, you know what I mean? That's where I have it up right now because that's the only place that they have it. The Crucible, they don't have the video up yet. They're probably putting some finishing touches on it. But they did a live simulcast. So as soon as it ended, it's already posted on CGA's channel. So I don't know what the Crucible are trying to because I watched the debate, right?
Yeah.
And as I look at the comments, right? As I look at the comments, even in CGA's channel, I'm looking at the comments, and I'm surprised people are saying that Andrew Wilson won the debate, but I'm sitting there like, and they keep talking about this thing, CGA doesn't offer solutions. I'm like, nigga, I'm sitting there like, solution? What are you talking?
That means all they want to do is try to. They still want to play the game, but CGA is telling them, look, there's no game to win. Just stay away from the game.
I'm sitting there like, bro. I mean, they think that there's like some kind of step-by-step guide, like how Jordan Peterson has like the 10 steps to winning. Nigga, there ain't no 10 steps. It's just you get somebody put you on some game, they give you some information, and you do with it what you will. And here's the information, so you don't get blindsided. So if you enter the game, which you decide to play. This is why in the future I'm not gonna have no sympathy for these dudes when they get married. I'm not gonna have no sympathy. There's been too many people come forward, given the information, took the bullets for you, and dudes is just like, I want more proof. Okay, we can't. Nobody. The men before us, they have an excuse. They didn't know. They didn't know. Now we know.
Yeah, we got the information at least.
And it's not just CGA, because CGA is kind of from that. He used to be more MGTOW adjacent. Now his content is a lot different than how he started, obviously, right? But
Yes.
he's from that MGTOW adjacent crowd, and the MGTOW adjacent and MGTOW content really shine the light on what happens in family court, divorce court, etc., etc. And these are the things that they put you on game, and they show you these things. So if you decide to get married, or if you decide not to play the game, right? They're
Yeah.
giving you options. They're giving you the information so you can choose what you want to do. Nobody's gonna give you a step-by-step guide. Just because nobody's giving you a step-by-step guide on how to so-called find the solution, that doesn't mean they don't have no solutions. CGA got a book. He has 2 books, mind you. No, I 3. He has 2 books, and on top of that, on his website, he has a guide that says it's like the 52 things to do before deciding to get married. So that's
Yeah.
he's already done more than most just off rip, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
So first of all, I don't understand how that's not a solution, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to give you a solution per se. And everything that Andrew Wilson had mentioned as things that you could do, these are things that I've heard I've heard, like the stuff that he mentioned. Oh, you do this in a Christian way, and Ecclesiastes this, and Proverbs 31 this. I used to hear this as a kid. This is like Captain Obvious on steroids. You know what I mean? Like that was basically the so-called solutions that he was given. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the comments, right?
Hmm.
And the first thing I see, it says Andrew had more solutions to offer than the coach. I can't even believe the coach said some of the things he did. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Everything that Andrew Wilson has said,
Everybody said it already.
it's been mentioned by Dr. Umar. I don't know what
Yeah.
it's just like
all people.
oh yeah, we need to do this in a traditional way and without the marriage certificate. Niggas been talking about that for years. Like, are you kidding me? But anyway, let me see. I see but yeah, most of the comments, I was surprised. I was like, oh yeah, and then I did see there was a lot of, unfortunately, my Caucasian brethren, I'll say my young Caucasian brethren, they were saying like stuff like, oh, this is another low IQ person, black person debating Andrew Wilson.
Of course.
And I'm just in there. And no, but look, Pyro, 10 years ago, I'd have been offended, right?
Yeah.
But as talking about now, me at the age of 27, it's not. I look at this. It's not even. I don't know what to call it, but it's just like, damn. I don't know how am I going. I can't save these people, bro. It's like it's literally like all the information that has been given to us by the MGTOWs, the people before the MGTOWs, even the MRAs, all these people that have sacrificed, and it's not computing. It's not computing. Even like I will see things where they'll talk about the Middle East, and they'll say that the people in the middle, I'm talking about as conservatives, they'll say that the Middle East people are oppressing their women. And I'm like, no, they're preventing they're seeing what's happening in America, and they're trying to prevent that, what we're going through right now. So that's what they're using us as an example to make sure that their women don't go through the transformation.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, they see that if you put no fault divorce, if you give them the opportunity to depart the so-called patriarchy, they're going to sprint. So, and now that we see this, everybody can see now it's not about, femininity or nurturing. At the end of the day, it's just women saw a chance to jump ship and they're going to do it. So now they're aggressively protecting their culture, their patriarchy, et cetera, et cetera. But even then,
Yeah, because
yeah. Oh, you can go. You can go. My bad.
yeah, yeah, because I've seen photos like the people like over the Middle East, like they used to be democratic, and they're just like very very normal, like like modern day. But no, like they're just in like robes and all those other stuff. So it looks like when America bombed them or something, then they just immediately change. They look at America and say, nope, whatever is going over there, it's not going to happen over here.
Oh, I'm seeing the crybabies in the comment section now. They're saying, "Oh my God, Coach insulted Andrew's wife," because I guess body count came up, and he's like, and I think Coach, if I remember correctly, Coach was like, "I bet your wife has a way higher body count than my divorced, wife, whatever." So they started getting into that kind of a pissing contest, but CJ is most like, I'll say 90. I'll give him a pass for that because I'm pretty sure he's right about that. But I mean, Andrew will, like, he literally married a single mom with 2 kids. There's a there's a good chance that CGA is on point. Now, is it a low blow? Kind of.
Yeah, but he's doing it in a teasing way.
I'll say it like this. When Donovan Sharp was going through what he was going through, everybody was ripping him. So it's fair game. It's fair. Everything's fair game. You can't cry about. Sorry, how about, I'll put it like this: you can't laugh at Donovan Sharp and then cry for Andrew Wilson. You can't. That's just me. They're the same people. They both married single moms. All right. Now, at least Andrew Wilson he never lied about it and tried to cover it. So I'll give Andrew Wilson that. But they both did the same thing. And at the end of the day, if you're trying to sell marriage, people are going to look into your personal life and be like, well, look at your situation. That's not the ideal situation. But hold on for a second. Let me see. Oh, AJ's in the chat. Oh, my bad, bro. AJ, my bad.
Lonely. I'm so lonely.
Good, AJ. Long time no see. Long time no see.
I didn't even watch this debate because Pearl already cooked Andrew Wilson on this.
Yeah, I remember you talked about that.
There was 2 appearances with Andrew Wilson and Pearl said, imagine that I'm a 28-year-old guy who just graduated from law school, or I'm driving trucks, doing good. Sell me marriage, which was actually my idea that I passed on to her. And Andrew had nothing for her. And that was the first time that Andrew Wilson and the red pill, because remember, Andrew Wilson is not a red pill guy. He's a Christian ethicist, right? So we talk about him marrying single moms and all that. That's not wrong from his worldview. It's wrong from ours. Now, a lot of our talking points and worldview mirrors his, but that was the first time that people ever saw him smash into the red pill culture, like worldview, and that's why everyone's like, God damn! Look at Pearl's clips in that live stream where everyone's calling Andrew Wilson simp. He's an idiot. Fuck. Sorry, screw him. Right? He actually wanted to come on again and do a debate, but Pearl's not a debater. So it's just like, what am I going to debate this for? When we say sell me divorce, we aren't making an actual positive statement. We're having them argue and saying, do I believe you? Yes or no? Now we don't have to. If I say that I don't believe in Santa Claus, I don't have to prove it. I just don't believe it. I don't. I've barely watched this, but I can tell you, Coach Greg Adams probably cooked this because once again, Andrew Wilson has kind of a trad con type of mentality when it comes to marriage. Even though he cooks 304s and all these whores, he has to understand men seem to be the only ones that actually have any type of Christian ethics, Muslim ethics, Jewish ethics, any ethics at all, right? So to tell men that it's up to you to do blank in order to get women to blank, that's not going to happen. There was one thing you said about Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp and Andrew Wilson are not the same. Because Donovan Sharp is red pill.
Oh,
Donovan
I see.
Sharp,
I see
Andrew
what you
Wilson
mean.
is not. Andrew Wilson is still that old school, like it's a man's charge to take on a woman and her kids, and that's the honorable thing. In Andrew's circles, you do get social status and do get that old school. Well, that Chris Mike, he took on old lady what and such. You know what I'm saying? But that's
my point was not necessarily the situation. The situation, it was mostly the commenters crying about them bringing up the single wife.
Yeah,
that's really more of it. It's not necessarily the situation.
There's two different audiences because Greg Adams, he said it the best. And I don't know if he said this in the debate, but he has the best line: "Ain't no Jesus in divorce court." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't no God in divorce court. And I've never seen, because Pearly Things asked Lila Rose the question. She asked Andrew Wilson. She has all these conservatives. What does a guy get out of marriage? And then guess what? They start stuttering worse than I do. You know what I'm saying? They can't articulate why, especially millennials, Gen Z, Gen A. Why should Chris? Let's just take Chris Mike here, 27-year-old, successful musician, does stuff out there in the social scene. So I would love to see someone sell Chris Mike marriage. It's not going to happen. It's not. Monk mode passports. That's the only thing that you could probably sell, Chris.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even then, you marry a chick from friggin' the Philippines or Korea, and you don't bring her back here. Well, I know a guy who married a woman that he met in Indonesia, brought her here, but they live in like a small town in Arizona. So and they started a family immediately, and then there's a whole bunch of her people, so she's in her community there. So I would say, if you could marry a chick that's Brazilian, or a chick that makes sure there's a lot of her community around, so there's still that social stigma and that kind of religious thing there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know why people thought that this was going to go better, and this is me saying this without having watched this at all, but I know Greg Adams won because a lot of logic and reason.
Well, it's
facts,
just
data, statistics.
What I try to tell religious people, because there are religious people that be messaging me on the daily that really likes both of our channels, right? And I try to tell them, please don't go into debates with people that are MGTOW adjacent, red pill adjacent to an extent, or even atheists, because because once you start bringing the religion, they know your religion better than you do a lot of the times.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that about. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that about atheists anymore. Because remember, I used to be part of that.
Well, no, that's but we're talking. That was a different. I know what you're talking about. That was from a different time.
Now I always say the atheists have accepted the religion of woke now. Pronouns and LDHD, TV. It's like back when I used to do, I used to sit down in the middle of the town that I lived in and actually set up a stand and say, ask an atheist questions, right? And then they would sit down and ask me, and we would debate. And the group that I used to go to where we used to talk about it, they were, Republicans, Democrats, independents, former Jews, Muslims, Mennonites. All you had to do was not believe in any type of God or anything. Now you go to these events and it's all purple haired, free Palestine, LDHD TV. Like it's a requirement to actually accept that stuff in order to be part of the free thought atheist. So they're actually more religious than a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I just don't think, like, with this debate, it just came across as CGA versus Hafiz part 2 for me.
Yeah.
Now obviously Andrew Wilson is a lot smarter than Hafiz, but that's what it came. That's how it came across. Now the commenters, they seem more Andrew Wilson, but that's because there's a lot of young conservatives out there. They're not completely privy to the game yet.
But Chris,
you know what I mean? So that's
Andrew
not.
Wilson has his crucible crew. Like he has this. He really cultivates a community over there.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah, he has a strong fan base. He has a strong.
He's one of the most super chatted channels there is, which makes sense. But once again, this issue itself is the one thing that he cannot win on. And I'm a huge Andrew Wilson fan. But when people saw Andrew Wilson struggling against Pearly Things, who's a, redheaded ginger mid chick, and I like Pearly Things, but think about it. People were like, why is Andrew Wilson not dunking on this chick? Because you can't argue with the facts, data, and statistics to say, oh, you'll get a virtuous woman and you'll get this. No, you won't. He has talked about the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
Guys, so the reason why the Middle East and all these kind of places are the way they are is because they don't have abundance. So the average person doesn't have their basic needs met.
Facts.
Therefore, women don't have rights. You can only get women's rights and LDHCT TV rights when your bellies are full, the lights are on, you have clean water. You know what I'm saying? But for huge swathes of the world, the way that people make a living is back-breaking labor that women can't do. Oops. So there's not enough time to actually sit and wonder, gee, I wonder what would happen if we let these women vote, So
I don't know, but I'll say no, you're right. But I'll say this, particularly when it comes to conservatives, and you might disagree with me on this, but remember when Jordan Peterson did the debate with the atheists? I just thought that was a terrible idea because you're dealing with, now this is kind of off subject from the CGA stuff, but you're dealing with people that like really want to prove you wrong, and they can, and if as soon as you start bringing religion into it, it starts defeating the purpose, because the person on the left is coming, well, not necessarily the left, but the person from the other side is literally coming with facts, logic, and then you're coming with your spirituality, which is there's nothing wrong with that.
But Chris, the thing is that
this is the trend for people, like
a lot
Jordan
of people,
Peterson
and I understand that, but when you have these idiots talking about climate change and
exactly,
women can be men, and then all of a sudden their credibility goes out the window because it's not just about that anymore. If it was disproving the arguments for God, that's fine, but it's all the extra stuff where now you gotta all the channels that I used to watch back in the day, they all have, what are your pronouns? Like, wait, well, what does that have to do with if God is real? So once they went that extra step, once again, they're just as religious as the Catholics that they talk about. You know what I mean? And then
but seeing the reaction that CGA did get, because I was looking at the Crucible live chat, then I understood why I got the reactions that I did when I was talking about Jesse Lee Peterson, Riley Gaines. And I was like, oh yeah, because we really have the younger men are way more conservative.
Yeah, you guys had it. Yeah. Young guys, and you know what? There's no
left leaning.
Yeah, these young white dudes have had it. They've had it.
Yeah,
you can call them a smotsy or the mustache man, and you can call them all the time, and they don't care. They do not care. Did you see? Yo, Chris. There's a video where it was like, I think Anton Daniels might have done it or whatever. All these white chicks dressing as EB Tisha for Halloween. What? It's where's my food stamps? Where's my food stamps? Yo, they don't care. They don't care, man. We've had Gen Z and Gen A and young millennials that have been 10, 15 years of being called fascists, and now they just don't care. They've had it. We've hit the tipping point. But if you actually put I'll have to find it for you, but there was like dozens and dozens of white girls wearing blackface. One of them had fried chicken. Was like, you ain't gonna take away my food stamps, So now we have a thing where that's why platforms like ours are gonna blow up, are blowing up. Now these young guys are not having it, and older millennials, because you're a millennial still, Chris. Older millennials that are 38, 30, 39, they're getting divorced en masse.
Oh, right. Oh, no. This is what the sad part is, because technically I'm Gen Z, because I was 98, so I'm like right at that last those 90s, because those 90s people. So I'm watching a lot of the conservative dudes that I knew growing up getting their divorces right now.
Yeah, getting friggin' effed in the A, man, straight up.
Or they're getting married. They're either getting married right now, or they're getting like divorced because they got married young. And it's I see it a lot. So because some of the groups that I'm in is kids that are young 20s, or if I'm teaching kids, they're not kids, they're adults, 18, 19, and I'd be hearing their conversations. It'd be funny as hell. I remember I brought up this one point. It was this one young dude I knew who I was playing with. Him and his friend was talking. So, oh yeah, man, I met this girl, and she never had a boyfriend before. And I was like, oh shit, he's about to be. He's about to get raped. You know what I mean? And
I'll be back.
I'm sitting there like, oh, he's about to get raked through the coals. He don't even know, because dudes here, oh, she never had a boyfriend before. That means she never been experienced. And that's something, Andrew Wilson tried to bring up, in the debate. He was talking about, well, if your woman is a virgin, that can really mitigate the risk. And I'm like, bro, like, if to meet an American woman that is I'm talking about true V card, that means you had to have met her in middle school, and you guys lost your virginity together in the beginning of high school. There's no other way. There's literally no other way. So when he tried to bring that up, and then the moderator tried to bring up the virginity statistics amongst Gen Z, and they said only 7% of Gen Z women are virgin. So that means it's basically a lot lower than that. It's really a lot lower than that. If you got 7% that's claiming it, and you already know most women lie about their body count, so that means it's way lower than expected amongst Gen Z. So that whole virgin argument goes out the window. That only works is if you met your childhood sweetheart young, and that was her first time, that was your first time. That's the only way that works. So he tried to bring that up, and I was like, oh my God, he about to get cooked, right? There was many points in that debate where he would bring up things that existed in the 50s, but it doesn't exist in 2025. So with trad cons like Andrew Wilson, they seem to only bring up stuff that basically worked in the 50s, but not in 2025. Like the pastors enforcing, the sexual habits of their wives. Like, come on, man, that's not happening in 2025. So the whole debate, I was like, bro, we in 2025. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can because I might pull up some points on this one.
I'd have said they used it to the past. Today, that doesn't exist. So we can't travel to the land of make-believe. Probably wouldn't.
The way it was always done. Apply the application of community pressure within the confines of the woman's social circle. Right now, do you agree with me, for instance, that many divorces happen because women like to yap? So you get a freshly divorced woman, and she's free. You go, girl. Girl power. And she starts talking to her little friends, and she starts telling them how liberating.
So many of his points were basically talking about social enforcement, or like basically keeping her in environments where there's a close-knit community, but it don't matter because when she files.
Yeah.
And when you're in that family court, like CGA had said in Hafiz's debate and in this debate, there's no God in marriage. And I would just say this for the young male conservatives: the woman that you meet, please do a back. You're gonna have to hire a private investigator, unless if you're just gonna go off of what she says, she's gonna lie. Because the new lick now is women, they go in, party, do whatever they want, then they hit their mid-20s or late 20s, and then they go to church. You got these OnlyFans girls now, what they do all that stuff on OF, and then they say, I found Jesus Christ. There's this OnlyFans chick I did an interview with my cousin on his channel. She's going through that same transformation as we speak. It's like it's inevitable, right? So and I'm talking about this is a OnlyFans chick that went on my cousin's platform and even talked about, oh yeah, I'm a escort and I did this and blah blah blah. Now, as we speak, she lost the weight. She stopped messing with ninjas. She took my advice. She took my advice. I said, you got to stop. I went on my cousin's show. I said, yeah, you need to up your prices and you probably might need to stop messing with ninjas. So it could help you out in the future. She literally took my advice. She lost the weight. She stopped doing those little messing with tricks. And now she's on her Jesus arc as we speak. I don't want to put her on blast, but it's happening as we speak. This is the new lick. So to the traditional conservative dudes, particularly the young dudes, please watch out, because y'all are the new licks. Because they're not looking for liberal dudes. They're not. That's like a last ditch attempt, or basically if the liberal dude allows her to be in an open relationship, okay, then she'll do it. But the new lick is targeting tradcon dudes that don't have much experience with women. That's the new lick.
Yeah.
Because they know guys like that, they can't tell. Right. So that's just my opinion. That's the new lick. Hold on for 1 second. I'll be right back. But Pyro, you'll have the floor for like 2 to 3 minutes. So if you want to have something to say when it comes to tradcon dudes or Andrew Wilson, whatever you want, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. The thing about the tradcon dudes, AJ still there?
Oh no, AJ will be right back, but I'll be right back as well. I'll be right back. Floor's yours, man.
Mm-hmm. The thing about the tradcon dudes, I don't really like, every single time they keep talking about God will give you this, God will give you that, bro. All I know is, yeah, I'm Christian. I was born Christian, but I think God wants you to just do things for yourself. You can't be depending on Him every single time. Oh, God will give me this, God will give me that. Yes, but at the end of the day, you're still gonna have to work towards it. It's not everything is gonna be like come in your hand, especially women. They even say it in the Bible multiple different times, like men even let astray by a woman multiple times in the Bible. Because look at the king, like Have you guys ever heard about the story? I don't remember which section of the Bible there was a story about a king who have multiple different wives, and he killed another dude. Like he didn't directly kill them, but like he set it he set it up a way to make the husband die. So like he see the husband's wife, and he said, "Wow, this woman looks hella beautiful. I want her." So he make sure he put that guy in the front line to make sure his death is guaranteed. And then like when that guy dies, he married off the other guy's wife, and then like his marriage just went downhill from there. It's like these guys don't know that they don't know like women will put them in problems. It's like they don't even get it.
But
Women and punani.
But what this is what happens here, right? At the end of the day, when you're coming from our end, you're dealing with dudes with experience, right?
Yes.
Talking about AJ, right? 40 years old. Me,
44.
being in this
Almost 45.
but even better experience. Me, I've been around way too many women at my young age. So but it's not even just that. Being in the club scene, being in this night scene, being in studios, being around people with status, being an athlete in high school, a star athlete almost, right? Or hanging with these people, being with people in college, seeing especially college, just seeing how it really is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Pyro being from Jamaica, that's already enough. that's all you that's really all you need. You're dealing with when you're dealing with you're dealing with Jamaican women, you're dealing with a different breed. I already know. I already know. So there's a lot of, believe it or not, as great as the young conservative men are, which I salute, a lot of them have been sold a bill of goods, because when it comes to, particularly when they talk about sexual promiscuity and all this, they've bought into the thing where, okay, I got to keep it, sacred on my end. Hopefully I find a girl that keeps it sacred on her end. And what's happening is now you have this lopsided thing where you have these young men with not much sexual experience and ages 18 through whatever, and you have these young women that are coming out of the cock carousel at whatever age, and their experience sexually or their experience with other men is just it's a complete uneven playing field. So unfortunately, and no matter how conservative you are as a man, if you run into one of these women, you're probably not going to stand a chance.
Well, all trad
if you know what I mean. But no, but like it's just in terms of, you're not going to stand a chance with a woman with experience with men. You're not, unless if she's just like that. Like unless if you run into one of them chicks with them nose rings, then yeah, they'll be like, okay. But they're not. I don't know what they're gonna do when they run into that woman with the cardigan sweater, with the Style and Co pants, right, and the Crocs, and they're gonna think that she's cool, but she's just as slutty as them OF chicks, and they have no idea. They can't spot it. So this is the problem that unfortunately a lot of those young trad con men are gonna run into, and that's all I wanted to say about that. But
all trad cons are guys like are guys that have the 1950s, 30s, 40s mindset that haven't come to terms with women have changed. That's all they are.
But I'll say like this: there's still a solution for them. I've told them, I'm like, y'all might have to import your broad if you want to stay in America.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and have a traditional or something close to a tradition. You're probably gonna have to date a different race, and I know a lot of them don't want to hear that. but you're going
Yeah, they
to
don't
have
want to hear
to
that.
expand.
Yeah.
You're going to have to expand your vision, your horizon.
Especially black men. They don't want to hear that. Dr.
Yeah,
Umar mindset.
Well, that's because they get shamed. They get
Okay.
shamed for these single moms and these B-dub demons, man. Guys, look, I'm allergic to B-dubs. I'm straight up. I don't talk to them. I don't look at them. You know what I'm saying? And I tell you guys, and a lot of young black men are waking up. You see, all of us men were on the track running a race, and the Hispanic man, the Brazilian man, you know, they got their woman giving them water and helping them stretch. The Middle Eastern man, he's the same way. The Indian man, the Korean man, you know, even the white man. A lot of those chicks will actually, you know, get them ready for the race. Keisha will cut your Achilles tendon. Keisha will piss in your water bottle. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait,
And
hold on
then
for
get
one
mad
second.
that you didn't win the race.
I gotta acknowledge Ainsley in the chat. That's a person that knows me in real life. Like for real. He lives he knows me from my past job. So shout out to Ainsley in the chat. And I saw SKC. He said, "How did I find this channel?" Well, tell me in the chat, who do you think won the debate, Andrew or CGA? So sorry, AJ, go ahead.
But yeah, I'm just saying we see what other men have, and we see that we're at a deficit. That what we're dealing with is not normal. What we're expected to put up with as men, you know, black men have always had this man not. We are not allowed to be men, right? We're the biggest threat to the Democrats, especially because we are masculinity, right? Black men are. So therefore, so the Democrats hate us the most. But that's why they always try and feminize black men, put us in dresses and then say, oh, well, the black community, let the women take charge. Let Big Mike out there in front of Obama. You know what I'm saying? What is this?
So
And it's like,
SKC said that Andrew won the debate. I disagree. But we shall see. We shall see, because we're doing the reaction literally right now. As I saw the debate, it just turned into, for me, and I'm speaking to SKC here, it just seemed to me like Coach Greg Adams versus Hafiz Part 2, but in a different form. Andrew Wilson, to me, made many mistakes in terms of bringing up, the religion aspect. And I'm starting to wonder, I hope, actually, let me leave that opinion alone. I was gonna bring up something about a cult or something, but the way he was describing the situation, I'm just like, I wouldn't go down that road. You know what I mean?
Andrew Wilson's gonna always lose when it comes to, is marriage worth it? Because, okay, there's two different questions implied there. Is marriage worth it to society? Is it marriage worth it to women and children? Is marriage worth it to men? Someone's making a clicking noise. I don't know who it is. If you could mute, there's a background noise. So,
no, it was.
So maybe they should have caveated and said, "Is marriage worth it for men?" Because marriage is worth it for judges, lawyers, corporations, all these people who benefit from the system where it's a small group of men that use government and women to redistribute wealth from the rest of us men to them. Yes, women and children benefit from marriage. But right now, what do men benefit from marriage? And Pearly Things asked Andrew that, and he couldn't answer it. Men do not get anything out of marriage. If we got rid of no fault divorce, then we could say that men definitely benefit from marriage. But why will a man, SKKC says, if marriage isn't worth it, then you might as well follow the logic and say marriage is worth it to society, but not for men. SKC in the chat. Tell me what a man gets out of entering into a contract that a woman can break at any point and take his children, and have a new man come into the house and essay his kids, and be made a part-time dad, and use half of his money, half of his pension for any reason.
SKC, you can't debate that, brother.
Yeah,
what AJ just said, you
think about it. Chris, Mike, and I can't start a business or buy a house together and have him just walk away and screw me over. He can't do it. Marriage is the only contract there is where one party can just leave for no reason and destroy everything. Society benefits from marriage, yes, but society, people don't include men. They include women and children. And this is, once again, men need to bend over backwards. Men don't need to do a damn thing. Not anymore. These 6 made it clear. We don't need to do anything. Here's the thing. Maybe we are to the point, Chris, Mike, Pyro. What are the points where what's best for men and what's best for society are two different things right now.
Yeah. And I might be repeating your point, but men are just, at this point, men are looking at marriage.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, logical men, red pill or not, they're just looking at it is my sacrifice worth it?
Yeah. Is the risk worth it?
Is the risk?
Because logic, SKC says logic. Cost benefit analysis is part of logic, right? You look at the cost versus the benefit, and you make a rational, logical decision. Any man in his right mind who looks at the facts, data, statistics, especially Gen Z and millennials, have no reason to get married.
Oh, AJ, so SKC's next comment, he says those who operate in fear would have never created civilization. So what do you have to say about?
Yes, and those who give women power destroy civilization. If we would have operated in fear of giving these feminists too much power, then we wouldn't have the degeneracy we have now. Because SKC, you have to admit that the majority of the degeneracy that we see now, transformerism, LDHD TV, open borders, soft on crime, women vote for. Men don't. Women vote for it. They open Pandora's box. And we're in a free society, and women are making these decisions and voting for all this crap. And there's nothing that really men can do, because we can't force women to do anything. How do we lead those who don't want to be led? You know what I'm saying? You can't make men need to step up and make women do what? We're not the Taliban. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing men can do except to step away and say, when things change, okay, I want people need to focus on the way things are and not the way things should be. The way things should be, men should be getting married to women. They should be having kids and raising kids in a nuclear family. That is what's best for society. We can all admit that, but here's the thing. It's the risk. How can you shame men? This whole shame, insult, guilt. You live in fear. Look at the statistics. If you're going to jump out of a plane, and 57% of those people that jumped out of the plane died, and you go, I'm not jumping. What, are you scared, bro? Damn right I am. You know what I'm saying? It's just this weird. You know what? I'll say this. People who have this mentality where you're just too scared, you will get got, right? And when you're in divorce court and that judge slams that gavel down, you're going to finally realize
you've been had, you've been took, you've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok.
You've been had. You know
Look,
what I mean?
post. I will say this: post 2020. I'll give it. I'll give it post 2026. Any dudes that get married post 2026, you do not have my sympathy.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yep. And even then, why are we talking about the men being scared when it's the women that leave? Men initiate. How are men scared when men initiate 100% of marriages? And women divorce 80 to 90% of the time. So it's not our problem. Men still want to get married. I had a live stream with like 200 and something people. I asked men, Pyro, he was there. If you could get the type of woman that your grandfather, your great grandfather, and even your father got, would you get married? Everyone in my chat said yes. Everyone did. Not a single guy said no. Even the guys that were in the chat who had been divorced, they said if they can get that type of woman, that ride or die, thick and thin, won't leave because she's not happy, or the one chick who said she thought she was happily married until she got on TikTok and realized she wasn't. Come on, man. What chance does especially young guys have when women can just leave for no reason? Leave. Their friends convince them to leave. Their stupid moms and aunties who are single, and they're making tangible decisions that have serious effects on children, on your retirement, on your future, based on feelings.
Oh, by the way, SKC, please put your and you don't have to, but please put your age in the chat. Because if you're over 30 and you have that same mentality, I'm gonna ask you also, are you married? And if not, what's stopping you from getting married right now? You know what I mean? There's a reason why.
Yeah.
Now if you're young, I'm gonna give you a pass. You just haven't really you don't know just yet. You'll see. But please, if you can put your age in the chat.
Yeah,
I would like to see your perspective.
If we
on
can
that end.
seriously talk about like why. See, this is a problem when it comes to trad cons and stuff, is they always talk about what men aren't doing, what men need to do better. Guys, us men know that we need to do better. We know what's going on, but no one ever talks about what women are doing. Why can't I marry? I mean, why can't guys get the same women that their mothers were and their grandmothers were? Why?
AJ,
Marriage.
Did you see this video real quick?
Mm-mm.
So this was at the Turning Point rally, and this was the women. I think this is one of the I guess one of the female TradCon's representatives.
Uh-huh.
She was talking about what the men need to do, or what what
Which
we
is
need
not
from men.
traditional after all, because women under Christian doctrine aren't supposed to tell men anything.
Let's play this real
I
quick.
That feminism has failed women. Second one, are you ready? Are you ready? Porn has weakened men. And you know, Charlie was so good at talking about this and so good at talking so courageously and sternly and clearly to the young men. Here's what we know about porn and why it is so detrimental, not only
Blah, 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 blah.
Here's the thing. Well, women need to stop saying that it's empowering to make it. And then the majority of men who are watching this stuff are married. Guys, when they say up to a third of marriages are sexless. So once again, it's all the men's fault. Though women think that it's empowering to make adult stuff, and then they get married and don't hold up their end of the bargain when it comes to having sex with their husband. So what do you think is going to happen? Logic says that men are going to look at adult content. That's how it is. Now, instead of trying to say this and that, just say, look, hey, wives, have sex with your husbands. Hey, hey, women, don't be whores and show your booty crack on the internet. Doesn't that sound a little bit better, right? Isn't that a more plausible solution? But it's so, once again, trad cons are closet feminists. These trad wife chicks are feminists, right? Anyone that always presupposes that men are the problem is a feminist.
Yeah.
Anyone who says, oh, well, men need to sacrifice every single solitary thing for society. Well, we can't even get a thank you. Guys, that's all. Men went and died in Normandy. These survivors came back and they were like, you know what? Thank you, son, for your service. That's all that they weren't expecting people to kiss their feet, but now they can't even get that. Police officers, military, men who die in coal mines. These women, I would never did a blue collar guy. I would never date a guy who makes less than this. Blah 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 blah. Here, it's so crazy now. You'll have a woman who doesn't even have her husband's a top 2% guy, lawyer, doctor, owns his own business. She lives the life of what a duchess would have lived. What is she? He's tall, attractive. They travel. Also, guys, she says, well, he's never home. He has to work. You're going to divorce your husband who's giving you a life that you could never afford on your own because he's never home? They always find something wrong. Always. Here, there's a guy, Chris, and I don't mean to talk a lot, but my good buddy's getting divorced, right? And he's getting divorced because his wife doesn't want kids. When they first met, they had agreed that they were going to have kids. Okay. 6 years ago, he's like, well, let's start going because I don't want to be an old dad. Now he's a PhD in aeronautical engineering. 5'10", attractive dude, no diddy, you know, and he's not a drunk, an alcoholic, and he makes $250,000 a year. She said, I'm not going to be a brood mare and da 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 da. He's in a whole group of men that have done the right thing. They've made every single positive decision. They're in the top 3% of education, top 2% of earnings, and their wives won't give them children. He has a men's group of like 20 guys, lawyers, doctors. One guy owns a plumbing business, millionaire. They're all getting divorced.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
what is my friend supposed to do with a wife who won't give him kids?
But
that's marriage. I'm sorry.
But that's why I was going to ask you. How old was his wife when he married her?
She was 26 and he was 28.
Yeah. That's, you know what I mean? That's right at that. When you're dealing with, like, unfortunately in this day and age, if you're dealing with a chick past 24, unfortunately, even though the average age of marriage now is 28,
yeah.
But if you're dealing with
and rising,
chick, yeah, exactly, 30 for most of the country, it seems like from what I've been hearing. But once you're dealing with a chick past that by that age, she's done with life. So it's just the marriage it's just her, in her mind, she's settling every time.
Yeah. She's Aisha Curry, right?
Yeah, you know, so if you're dealing with a chick, you need to be, in my opinion, for your marriage to have a chance, in my opinion, you have to have met her like that. It has to be your high school sweetheart or middle school, and she cannot have gone to college. That is very important. Or if she did go to college, you went with her, you guys went to the same school. There's nothing, or you met at that school freshman year. If you met after sophomore year, that's a risk. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's so many things that have to go right for her not to, drag you in divorce court. And it's just too many things
Yeah,
that
and
most
it's too
men don't
easy
have
for her
that.
too.
You know what I mean?
It's
And
too
at the end of
easy.
the day, she has the power.
Yep.
I'm not happy. That's it. That's
Yep.
it.
And there's a whole money making machine.
Oh,
Like I said,
SKC is in the building. Hold on, my bad. Let me add him to the stage. SKC, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
No, I don't know how I came across the channel. I think I was watching the debate. I was working on some other things, and after a while, after it closed out, I think it automatically went to your review. So
oh yeah, because I made the video, I made the reaction right after it happened. Because I'm like, nah, I got to react on this right now. That was one of the funniest. Well, from my perspective, that was one of the funniest roastings I've seen in a minute. But I want to hear your perspective. I don't want to.
no,
want to tell you.
I'm open. I just listening to different people's perspectives and all of that. Um,
yeah.
I think well, that whole thing about the fear thing, I wasn't trying to put that out as some sort of shaming tactic or anything like that. I was just stating what it may be. It's like men build civilizations, right? Do you all agree with that?
Yeah. And women destroy them.
And and I would agree with you on that to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And I just think that at the end of it all, if men want functional civilizations, then it's on them in order to build and uphold those things.
But so my question to you is, we live in America, right? And
We do.
and women are free. Okay. They're free
Yep.
to succeed and they're free to fail, right? Okay. Like we
Yep.
can't force women to do anything. This isn't Saudi Arabia. This isn't Afghanistan. This isn't Libya. How
Absolutely.
do men get women on board? See, if I could just, my solution, because to give you my perspective, I like Andrew Wilson a lot. He's great. He's single-handedly getting a whole generation of men to the church, which even though I'm not religious, I think that's a good thing. And a lot of young guys see him talking and speaking, making points in a way that's very refreshing. And I think that the Christian ethics thing, that if you are a red pill guy, Christian ethics do really align with a lot of our worldview, right? But then we kind of divulge on a couple of things. But I think that the marriage thing is where Andrew Wilson, when he was talking to Pearly things, and he wasn't able, like he was struggling to sell marriage to her. She was like, I'm a guy, sell me marriage. Like, what does the man get? We talk about society gets benefits marriage. I mean, for marriage, women, children. What do men get, right? So that's the only thing that I think Andrew really clashes with us red pill guys about, is what do men get out of marriage? Hit 99% of his platform, I think, that we're on board with, right? But this is the one thing. But how do men get women on board? Because we can't force them. I say that men should check out. It might be 20, 30, 40% of men, and we'll create an artificial rock bottom, kind of like an intervention, And society is going to go so far down that women, there's going to make in times of crisis, traditional gender norms, they reassert themselves, right? And the only way to do that is,
and I don't mean to just cut you off, but I'm just curious about something that you stated.
Hmm?
You said that that women are destroying society, and that I guess having a certain percentage of, I'm guessing, red pill guys to kind of check out from all of it. I'm guessing you're believing that that's gonna serve a purpose in helping to I guess show these women that at some point they're gonna like turn it around because a bunch of guys aren't going to be available or something. Is that
No, because men already, we talk about men are not in the workforce. Men aren't joining the military, right? Like society is really scared of men either going their own way or men minding their own business. You remember, men make societies run, right? Like we've established that. What if men in general stop showing up?
Yeah. So let's follow that through. What will happen?
Then there's going to be a crisis.
Okay. What type of crisis?
I don't know. The economy is going to hurt. The country won't be defended. You know what I'm saying? The birth rate's going to drop even more. Things like family, paternity court, the family court that make these billions off of us men.
Right. So let's say, and I believe you, but what I'm saying is let's walk this through, and let's say from the aspect of America, that's where we're at, right? So then wouldn't America become quite vulnerable to other countries?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea is to collapse civilization to the point to where it becomes vulnerable to other countries with the hope that women would be able to come to their senses before a collapse.
We are creating an artificial rock bottom. Did you ever watch Intervention, the show?
Why would it be artificial if people are
right.
actually doing it?
Well, okay. Did you ever watch Intervention?
No.
You know what, like so if a person's a drug addict, right? You do what's called an intervention, okay? And that's where the family says, Pyro, you're a junkie. If you don't stop, we will all come together and we'll disown you or whatever. They create an artificial rock bottom. So instead of the person getting to the rock bottom, you create an artificial one to where they're going to have dire consequences if they don't change their actions. There's farther down, but you're making an artificial one that happens quicker, so they don't hit the real rock bottom.
Right, but if men actually check out from society so far as creating families, the birth rate, all of that, that's not artificial to a country.
But it's happening now, right?
Right.
It's happening now. And in order to stop that from happening worse, we need to actually make an artificial rock bottom.
Right, but this is the point that I don't understand about the argument. As I've heard it, the women destroy civilization, right? Mm-hmm. Are you asking the destroyer to come to some sort of common sense?
When in times of crisis, traditional gender roles happen. So I have a concept that I call the ignorance and the arrogance of abundance. Okay. The reason why Rome had the problems it has and why we have the problems we have is because of abundance. You can't have feminism and LGBTQ unless the lights are on and people's bellies are full, right? That's why you don't see this stuff in like the Middle East and Africa and stuff. We have civilized the world. It's men's fault that we've made things so good that these chicks all they have to worry about is Palestine and all this other stuff. Seriously, right? So we need to get rid of the abundance so that arrogance and ignorance where they say that they don't need men and all this stuff, that can go away. A friend of mine, she's from Siberia, right? Siberia. She's like, AJ, I don't understand why these American women want to be these feminists and be men. In Siberia, there is no feminism. Women do women stuff and men do men stuff because you're out there in the cold doing back-breaking labor and women are inside doing women stuff. So the concept to her of women being out here trying to do man stuff is crazy, but they don't have the abundance that we have here. What I'm saying is we need to have an artificial way to somehow make people understand, get rid of that abundance so that people understand how things really, really are.
Well, that's what I mean. I guess what I'm saying to you is I don't think that there's a quote unquote artificial way to do that. Either you're going to do it or you're not. And if you do it, then the consequence to doing that is a collapse of civilization. And you only get one shot at it. Just like Rome, when they went down there, I would say their decadence, yeah, that was it. So if you don't have those Marcus Aureliuses and so forth to come forth and emerge, Rome dies.
So would you agree that we're kind of on that slope towards a downward decline now, right?
Yeah,
the birth rate's down. Men and women aren't. Gen Z and young millennials and Gen A aren't having relationships. The marriage age is going up. Divorce is going through the roof, right? So what's your solution?
I think it would be more akin with what Wilson was talking about, which is why I pegged him as winning the debate. Because
so you're more on the side of just religious enforcement per se, because that's kind of what he was standing on.
Well, Andrew talks about propaganda campaigns, which I do agree with. Because think about it. Everyone smoked back in the 70s and the 80s. Then there was a propaganda campaign that made people, it shamed people for smoking, right? So if we were to actually be okay to propagandize getting married, having kids, and not getting divorced, I think that's a good thing. But
well, just real quickly, what's the alternative?
What do you mean?
It seems to me that the alternative is exactly what Coach Greg Adams was stating. And so you can either be a shaper of civilization or you could be a survivor of it. And it seems to me that Greg Adams is stating it's over, fellas. Survive best way you can. This is a survival solution. And Andrew is like, things are really bad, but this is the way you turn it around.
Yeah, Andrew's talking. Sorry.
And it seems to me that if you go down the route of just survive it, then that means the successive generations that come afterwards, that, maybe if some sort of plan was put into place, they definitely will not have a shot.
Okay. I think Andrew's talking about the way things should be, and Greg Adams talks about the way things are, right? Right now, cost benefit analysis. Casey, you are married, and that's awesome. Like, I would say this: the red pill is not prescriptive; it's descriptive, right? Yeah, the red pill's about choice. I have friends of mine who were red pilled who were married. They found a good one. I have friends of mine who were divorced. I have friends of mine who were never going to get married, but they used the facts, data. They used a cost benefit analysis, and they did what they thought was right for them. Right? Coach Greg Adams is saying currently with the divorce rate, with the way that women are, right, and the way that women walked away from the table, men never did. Men were okay with courting a woman, waiting until marriage after you talk to her dad and say, "Sir, I want to court your wife," marrying one woman, working this job you hate until you die, having 3 kids. Men were okay with that. Women walked away, right? They wanted this feminism. They wanted to bang dudes. They wanted to get student loan debt. And then they expected men to just wait at the table while they spent their late teens and 20s and 30s banging Chad and getting student loan debt, and then say, "Hey, Chris, Mike, you want to marry me?" And Chris is like, "No." So Greg is saying,
I get the argument, and to a certain degree, I can be gracious to state that that's I would say a fair argument. If I wanted to be a stickler for it, I could go in and show, particularly within the Black community, that likely has not been the case for at least the last 40-50 years.
Yeah.
Because I mean, when you have within the subculture young boys growing up under the idea that pimping is good. Those a lot of those people were not going into it with, yes, sir, I want to court your daughter, sir, and chaperones and all of that type of stuff. No, that really wasn't happening. But I can be generous and say, let's say if it were exactly as you set forth, if you do it the CGA way, what's the logical conclusion to it all?
Coach Greg Adams, his way is that men need to start putting their own interests first, because we don't live in a society where the men sacrificing everything is beneficial at all. Like men, I know guys, and you probably know guys too, where they did everything right and they still got cheated.
So let's extrapolate that. Let's extrapolate that out. Let's say I followed you completely, and
I didn't finish.
Now we're at 100% of men doing that. What does our society look like?
But that's not his point, though.
Nah,
he never said that.
No, I'm just asking, like, let's just follow it to its logical conclusion. Let's say that what is coming out of the mind and thoughts of CGA and gets mainstream to the majority of men within America. And I'm gonna say, let's say it's 80%.
Okay.
What does our what does our society look like?
Our society looks like the Black community, where 16% of our men are responsible for 70% of the kids. Women are going to always.
Is that an America that can protect itself from other nations?
But here's the thing: we have a draft, so like, hey, it is. But here's the thing. Wait. Here's the issue: you're worrying about America. That's fine. The women that the men that you're asked, that men like you, not you, are asked to risk for. Don't worry about America. We can't have it where only one gender is worrying about protecting America. Men are still joining the military, getting married. Like, the majority of men are getting married, initiating marriage. So this is not really that big of a problem. Here's the thing: it's the women that aren't thinking the way that these women aren't even having the conversations that you and I are having.
And that's fine. I understand that. And I understand exactly what you're stating, but what I'm saying is if you do not have that subset of individuals who are doing the very things that we're talking about, how do we have the society that we enjoy right now?
Hopefully all of us men will have enough money and resources where we don't have to worry.
And that's what I'm saying is what I'm saying is if you, without those people that a lot of people say are, that are not involved in the conversation, that are just going about life and that are the churners of society, they are the actual glue. If they fall, everything that CGA is talking about with the free lifestyle and all of that's gone.
But here's the thing: the free agent lifestyle, you are free agent until you choose not to be, right? I know guys that were free agents until they met the one and got married. They're just saying, don't be strategic. And here's the thing: they're getting these glue guys that you're talking about, they're getting taken down every day by chicks. They're committing suicide because they can't see their children. There's a whole system put in place where a small group of men uses women and the government to redistribute wealth from the rest of us men, right? So you can have a guy that does everything right and still gets cooked. So what I'm saying is that us red pill guys, we say, look, us men know what we have to do. We know. But we look at it and say, is it worth the risk?
I'm just wondering with all three of you that are on this panel,
Hmm?
Do you believe that the majority of men are being ran through the ringer like that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I
You
believe
don't
that.
know?
Yeah, yeah. Look at the here. Okay, here. Casey. Here. I'm a 28. Let's just say that I'm a 28-year-old guy. My plumbing business is taking off. I'm making 180K a year. I don't have any debt. I'm going to buy my first house. Sell me marriage. Why should I get married? What do I get out of it as a man?
I shouldn't have to sell you that.
See, and that's why guys aren't getting married.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like telling someone, a little bit a while ago, you brought up the whole idea about Rome. It's like asking Augustus Caesar, sell me on you building Rome. If you don't want to build Rome, maybe you're not worthy of it.
But if you have half the population trying to destroy Rome at the same time,
No, I'm saying
hold
saying from the very beginning. I'm
on.
saying from the
But
very
what I'm
beginning.
saying is that the way that the Romans built Rome, they had the women, they had the majority of the population work together towards one common goal. If you talk to most women nowadays, I would say, hold on, when men win, everyone wins, and when women win, women win. You know this. When most guys get money, they're like, oh snap, I can start a family. When most women get money, I can buy a Birkin bag or I can go travel. Men are not the issue here. Well, we are to a certain extent, but once again, I've asked men. I had a live stream with almost 300 people in it. And I asked these guys, if you could get the type of woman that your granddad, your dad, or your great granddad got, would you get married and have kids tomorrow? They all said yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say things like that, but
you just don't believe them then?
To a certain extent, no.
Okay, what do you think? Okay, so men are just lazy trash. What do you?
No, not at all.
Hold on, but can you at least admit though that men look at women and are trying to say like, is this worth it? Is this they feel the obligation? But us men, we are cost benefit analysts, right? We look at the costs versus the benefit, and a lot of guys say, all the guys I know, my uncles, my dad, or whatever, are part-time dads who can only see their kids twice a week. I mean, twice a month.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
You know what I'm saying? So what am I going to risk myself, my safety, my kids for a woman when we've done something like marriage where now it's based on feelings? Men don't leave marriages. Men hardly ever file for divorce. Men are stay. Men do. We initiate divorce. I'm sorry, marriage, and we stay. Women leave. So I don't understand why we keep having the marriage conversation about men when we're doing what we're supposed to do. En masse. Women are the ones that broke the social contract. And yet, anytime there's a divorce, oh well, Chris, you got divorced. What'd you do? It's the man's fault. She cheated. What'd you do? Maybe she's a knuckleheaded, 304 whose sister, mom, best friend told her that she wasn't happy. I did a video. This chick said, I was happily married until I got on TikTok, and TikTok told me I wasn't. And she divorced her husband and took his 2 kids. Now, he was getting up, going to work, doing everything he was supposed to do. You know what my solution is? Get rid of no-fault divorce. If you get rid of no-fault divorce, just like they did, what was it, mandatory DNA? Was it, what did Kentucky do, Chris? Kentucky did, mandatory DNA.
DNA to
that was Ohio. Kentucky, they got rid of
Alimony,
Something.
right?
Paternity fraud, wasn't it?
No. It was like basically you're guaranteed 50% parental custody.
50-50.
Yeah.
Automatic. The divorce went down by 30%.
Yeah. That was really
Get
telling.
rid of no-fault divorce, and I guarantee you will see more marriages, right? And a lot.
And just real quick on that, because you bring up some really good points there. Those laws and those changes, if you three, give me your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Those law changes that took place that you stated lowered divorce and so forth, and made things a bit more equal between men and women and family. Do you think that would be created by men like CGA or by men like Andrew Wilson?
Both.
Well, I'll say this, CGA, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Explain.
Do you think if you see how like men have just dropped off from marrying, do you think if men continue to participate, would anything have changed? The reason why you're seeing a lot of these minuscule changes now, is they're trying to just give like men a little bit of something to keep participating. So they're doing little things here and there. Okay, mandatory paternity tests in this state. Okay, we're gonna pass this law. If you're unmarried with this chick, all right. If you're unmarried with this chick and you guys there's a baby that comes out of it, mandatory paternity test. Kentucky, they passed the 50% parental custody. I think these laws happen because you have people that are MGTOW adjacent, like CGA, that walk away, and enough men walk away for them to make news segments about it. Enough men go, right. They go right leaning. They vote Republican. Enough men do that for people to pay attention. That's really why they make these changes. It's not because people keep participating. It's really because when men start pulling back, people start to listen. They're like, okay, we got to give the men something. That's really why you're seeing these little
Andrew Wilson
changes.
and Greg Adams agree on their platforms are a lot alike. But if you listen to a lot of red pill stuff, we talk about mandatory DNA tests. We talk about 50-50 custody automatically. Andrew Wilson does too. But you got to think about Michael Knowles in these TradCons. Was it Jim Wall? Who was the Matt Walsh? They're against mandatory DNA tests. Pearly Things asked Michael Knowles, "Are you for mandatory DNA testing?" He's like, "No, why? No." So what I'm saying is that I think that if you look more on CGA and Andrew Wilson, most people think Andrew Wilson's red pill, but he's not. The 50-50 custody law took something from women. It took power from women, and that lowered the divorce rate. Think about it.
Right. Now, and in order to do that, you have to be in the game, not checking out from it all and stating, I'm just going to survive. You have to have the mindset of, no, I'm going to shape this civilization to my will. So that's what I'm stating so far as I don't think that guys like CGA are in the game of attempting to change or morph civilization back to how they want it. I think that he is more or less of the guys that have stated, it's doomed. This is the best that you can do, and let the chips fall where they may.
I think that there's one thing that you're missing. Not participating in the game is participating in the game. If someone's taking something for granted, what's the best thing to do? Take it away from them.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying.
Well,
take for instance, right now in America, are there more women or men?
Women.
Okay, so at any point in wherever you are, if you want laws to change, you have to change the minds of some, not all, but some women. Going up to various groups of women and stating, I'm going to check out and I'm just going to sleep around versus, nah, I'm going to debate you, and
Nobody's
I have
telling. Nobody's telling them.
doing that, dude. Yeah, you're completely wrong.
no.
But
I'm
no,
just saying. I'm stating by example. I mean, people can see what's going on by example.
But here's the thing: we've had men's rights advocates that do and they've gotten nowhere. They've had men's rights advocates since the 50s.
Right.
They don't get men vote with our wallets and our feet. You look at all these Bud Light and Gillette and all these. Remember Gillette did that whole toxic masculinity thing and lost $17 billion. That's how men win. We check out. We don't give them our time and attention. That's what it's so bad now. CBS did a 90-minute documentary on boys being left behind and men's issues. Okay. Why? Because Gen Z men and millennial men, they're not getting married, they're not dating, the birth rate is dropping. Men are the thing that society fears the most. And even what you've said, based on you saying society is going to crumble, the worst thing that can happen is men checking out. And what I'm saying, that we threaten them with that, and they're going to have to change because men's rights advocates have tried it. They've tried to do it your way. What I'm saying is,
who are you threatening?
What's that?
Who are you threatening?
There's people who look at the facts, data, statistics, and they've come to the same conclusion that you have, that if men don't do what they're supposed to do, we're cooked. We'll be under threat. Also, they're going to be like, what can we do to actually get these men to participate again? And that means our issues have to be addressed. Because they have to woo us back. They have to sell us.
So then who are these people that you're saying that you're threatening then?
It's not threatening. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the word that you stated.
No.
Unless I misheard you or something.
No. What I'm saying is that what they're scared of the most is, and if enough men check out, that threat, I'm not saying we threaten them. Well, what I'm saying is that threat of collapse is there. They can estimate based on the data where things are going to go. There's the threat of that happening. I'm not trying to say that we're gonna, hey, I'm gonna kill you, man.
No, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying, who is this fear, this threat? Who is this affecting?
Everybody, except us men.
When men silently walk away, trust me, it matters.
Yep.
It's not
So
even
who?
Women, children, everyone else.
You know how they say, like, it's like, men gets hurt, women the most affected. You know what I mean? That running joke.
Yeah.
You ever heard of that? So that's just the thing. It's men. You're men silently walking away, or just men silently, quote unquote, checking out. It is one of the worst things, that so much so that MGTOW content
has been labeled.
It gets labeled as a hate group, terrorist. It's named on the terrorist watch.
They labeled us a threat, not us. We're just trying to say, guys, look. Monk mode passports, or just be by yourself. You know what I mean? That's the best part about the red pill, or even MGTOW. You can be MGTOW until you're not. I know guys that are MGTOW. A friend of mine just got married. He was MGTOW AF, but he spent his 30s, 40s getting himself good. You know what I'm saying? And then he met the one that he felt was worth taking the risk over. But he wouldn't. But he's in his 50s. He's older than I am. He and his wife's from another country. He wouldn't recommend young guys get married at all. Then why? Until women show that they're worth the risk is not worth taking. Because right now, marriage and relationships benefit everyone except men. And once again,
my bad. Every other bar said terrorist threat is crazy. We're not even joking about that. They put our they put channels like ours on terrorist watch list.
Yeah,
we're not even making this up. We're not.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we agree. Like, marriage, relationships, families is what's best for society. But right around
I'll make a small
no fault divorce one. Then what was good for men and what's good for society in general converged. and now they're not the same. Sorry, they diverged. Sorry.
I'll make a small amendment to that. You don't have society if you don't have marriage and family. There's been no nation, no civilization that has arisen from their ashes to create a functional society that did not have marriage and families. So what is being proposed is to actively work towards the destruction of society as a leverage of, if you don't get in order, then burn the entire house down.
No.
What
it is
then what are the other options?
This is it. This is a dossier of information, facts, data, and statistics. Okay, this is the red pill. Do with it what you will. Do with what's best for you. It might be something other than marriage based on this data. That's all. See, you're thinking more prescriptively. When Coach Greg Adams is talking descriptively, he's telling Andrew Wilson the facts, data, statistics, and explaining why men will choose to not do something. I don't get is why you are married, and you can probably say that your wife is 1 in a million. She's not the average, 25-year-old and college liberal, a septum ring tatted up weirdo chick. She's not. That's why you married her, right? But how many of those women are out there? You understand?
But I'll just say it differently, because I know that I would say from this community, I would be an outlier because I got married young. And amongst, I would say particularly in America, but then if you want to isolate it to the subculture of Black America, the idea of getting married young is taboo.
It is. Yeah.
So that kind of lends not only to just some sort of men-women thing in Black America, that's a cultural thing.
So my question to you is this. You've been out the game for a while, and then you are an outlier, right? So when you're in a space like this, wouldn't you say that it's interesting that you're trying to argue a point from not the average guy's experience? Because you've won. You are a lottery winner. There are lots of guys on my channel. I have a lot of subs. Wish that they could be you. They wish that they could be the outlier. They wish. But people want to say that they should roll the dice and hope that they can get the 1 in a million like you. And what we're saying is probably not, right? And here's the thing. You talked about marriage builds civilizations. I agree. So why would we, not we, but the politicians who pandered to women, the feminists and all that stuff, why would they destroy the sanctity of marriage? Why would they destroy marriage by doing no-fault divorce, by doing all this and making an actual money machine out of divorce? Why?
No, you just stated it. It enriches certain people.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is that you and I agree. Marriage is essential, but until we can make a change, something as simple as get rid of no-fault divorce, right? And I think the only way that's going to happen is if enough men just stop doing it. Just like the whole 50-50 custody thing. Something happened in Kentucky where they had to make a change and men started to win. And I didn't see men's rights groups out there because they get shut down, right? But enough men need to stop to where you know how we talked about how us blacks need to make the Democrats and the Republicans compete for our votes. Each party needs to sell us our votes, right? Sell us why we should vote for them. We should stop and stand back, and the Democrats shouldn't think that they automatically get our votes. Marriage and all this society building stuff should be the same way, because men are losing. We're losing. So what we need to do is take a step back and be like, I need you guys to explain to me or show me that you want me to participate. Because if we don't participate, everyone's cooked. And that's happening with Gen Z men and Gen A men. They're not having it. They're not. And you can try and sell them all this stuff about obligation and duty, and they're still going to sit at home and play World of Warcraft and eat Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, I mean, if people want to call that life, I mean, yeah, I mean, but to each his own. I do think it's an interesting point that the law that you mentioned in Kentucky about the 50-50 custody was proposed by a married man.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. But I think that's because they looked at the statistics and said, look, Kentucky's birth rate is falling. People are getting married. What's going on? And they probably did some type of research or actually decided, because we all know that they say that what they're doing is in the best interest of the child and family court, and it's not. Maybe someone actually had a moment of morality and said, we do need to do something that's in the best interest of the child. And now men had a major victory in Kentucky. You know,
just a question. I'm kind of curious. And maybe you said you had a channel with several hundred viewers and so forth. I'm wondering, these guys that interact with these women, like, how do they find these women?
What do you mean? Like, I mean,
I heard a little bit of laughter, and I think,
yeah, that was from me. My bad.
Yeah. No. I'm curious.
Because what you just asked, that's literally what every woman will say. Where do you meet these women, Chris?
Yeah.
Where do you?
No, and it's not, and it's not just the meaning of them and different things. I guess where I really wanted to go is why would some of these women be worth pursuing in the first place?
What exactly? A lot of guys don't think most women are worth pursuing, so they're just not going anywhere. They're MGTOW.
Yeah,
correct.
So
they don't even have to be MGTOW. It's just in general they've showed it. Like, most young men haven't even approached. They're not having approached. They're not trying or actively.
Yeah,
because clearly it's just too risky for them. And to the people that are actually participants, like, me, right, AJ, that are actually participating in this, in this society, we see why they're not doing this. Just
I'm really curious about that. I'm really curious about that because let's say if you have I don't know, a 17, 18, 19-year-old kid, what is he afraid of?
Getting Me Too'd. So a girl, he hollers at a chick. She says, oh, well, he essayed me. He's in jail. That happened to my nephew's friend. They were at a house party. He went to talk to this chick, right? Hey, how you doing? Not only that, but she put him on TikTok. Ha, 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 ha. Embarrassed him. And then when he was like, hey, what are you doing? She was like, oh, he threatened me. And then he touched me at this party. He got expelled.
Okay, so the girls on TikTok and on social media and stuff, right?
It's not just that. Nobody want to be put on blast on a group chat, especially. I know way too many girls personally laughing, showing me text messages of dudes just simply shooting a shot. Chris, why did you put me on with this guy?
Look at the T app in these Facebook
the
groups.
App.
Yeah, they put men there. Guys, my brother ended up on one of those Facebook groups called "Are We Dating the Same Guy?" Right? This chick that my brother went out with, white girl, but she's like, well, I consider myself part of the black community because I have a lot of black friends. My brother's like, wait, what? Right? So he just kind of like ghosted her. He's like, all right, well, have a nice life. She put him on there. It's like, does anyone know this guy? And he ghosted me and he's a piece of shit. People at
So
my brother's work were like, "What's up?" My brother's boss saw that.
so I'm curious, and let me know if I'm probing too far, but because I like my own privacy and all that. But to you guys, what is an ideal woman?
An ideal woman to me. So like, okay, my girl's Korean, right? And she's cool. We get along. She likes my hobbies. You know what I'm saying? We watch all the UFC fights. She just made a big plate of Korean food. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't cause me any headaches. You know what I mean? Like she's the type I would say women think that guys get jealous of the guy who has the really hot girlfriend. No, guys get jealous of the guy who has the girlfriend who goes to all the football games, will host the fight party. You know what I'm saying? Who will play fantasy football and not argue. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of chick most guys want. You know what I'm saying? They want that, and it's
So
also like a
let me slow that down.
pilot.
Let me slow that down for just a little bit. You just mentioned going to the game, hosting the fight parties, watching things that you like to watch.
Hmm?
What's her personality like?
Agreeable.
What are her hobbies that you would like in an ideal woman?
Agreeable. That's her personality type. Agreeable.
To what?
To me, she's a real person. I was talking to my coworker, okay, and this is relevant. I said, you know what impresses a guy? She's like, what? I said, saying yes. If he says, hey, yo, baby, you want to drive down the coast? Say yes, because you're not doing anything else. Most chicks have no hobbies anyways, but they now modern chicks go on TikTok and watch chicks dating standards. I, me, I. That women only care about themselves. And you haven't dated in a while, but you will sit down with a chick. Chicks are so bad now, you can't even be apolitical. You can't even say that I didn't vote. If you sit down with 90% of chicks, you have to have voted for Kamala Harris. You have to be pro LDHD TV. Yeah, you got to be pro Palestine. It's like, wait a minute, I know people whose parents, one was Jewish, one was Christian, one was liberal, one's conservative. Back in the day, women respected if there had differences. Now women want a guy that's exactly like them in everything, but has a penis.
But
I
didn't you
wanted
just? But
wait,
didn't you
hold on,
just
hold on,
describe that?
hold on for 1 second. Every other bar said the conversations on the women's side around marriage is nothing like this. They do not feel any obligation or duty towards society
Exactly.
long term like
Yeah.
that.
It's always about what us men need to
It
do.
says the conversation on the women's side. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Some of the women that'll probably be online, they probably would have some weird views about marriage because it seems like the others would probably be married.
Most women have been told to do what's best for them, not
Yep.
for
It's true.
the
Yeah,
family. By society, and not only by society, their moms, their friends. Even if you say if you have a good chick, she knows at least 4 or 5 other chicks that know how to work the system, that know, oh, don't give your guy. There's at least 3 or 4 others that's giving her bad information. So especially in today's world, there's just too much of incentives for women to break the relationship, to cause chaos in the relationship, and bring the government into your business.
But the thing is, did you hear the whole man versus bear thing from last year? Did you hear that whole thing, right?
Oh yeah, that was funny. That was funny.
I heard
That's cute.
some.
Did you see?
I heard some twinges with it. I spoke with with my family, and
Okay.
I had a few giggles about it. But it seemed to me more. I would say more social media
Yes, but who's the most
a lo-
influenced by social media is women. Women are
yeah,
on social media more than anything else. Think of this, right? Like, this is how insane that we live in a gynocratic, misandrist society. And as black men, we feel it the most because we are the embodiment of masculinity, right? That's why if you look on the left, especially the far left, all the Me Too and all these policies hurt black men the most, right?
you said black men are the embodiment of masculinity.
We are all throughout American history, right? Why do you think that they did the whole birth of a nation and the black men are coming out of the like? Why do you think like that's just how it works
Okay.
in society? When you look at the group of men that are the embodiment of dominant masculine men, people
That-
always think about football players, basketball players, Ronnie Coleman, all the. That's just how it works. These rappers, unfortunately, that's not a good representation of masculinity, obviously, but stereotypically that we are that, right? So that's one of the things that made me leave the left is I'm from Seattle, Washington, so I was around woke stuff before anyone else. And the language that like white upper middle class feminists used towards men was a lot of the
yeah, I
same
mean, I could
language.
understand that being in Seattle, Washington, almost being in what's that woke ground zero.
Yeah,
But
and the
then
suffragettes
also
were horribly racist. They hated the fact that us black men had the right to vote first. If you look at Susan B. Anthony, man, look at her essays, man. She was talking all kinds of mess about us, you know?
right. So yeah, but but also I would say that being in Seattle, you probably had access to a lot of different, I would say, fresh off the boat cultures that had no idea what any of that stuff was.
Yeah. But I think college is the number one thing that makes all these women have these types of mindsets. But even if you look at chicks that claim to be conservative, Tommy Lahren, Laura Ingraham, they're feminists. They are. They have the same feminist mindset as these woke chicks. All these. Can you name one conservative, quote unquote, famous chick that hasn't said, men are trash, men are this, or they're
Well,
not,
well, I think that's one of the major things about it is that a true conservative woman wouldn't be chasing fame, and
Thank you.
certainly
Ding,
wouldn't
ding,
be
ding, ding. I knew
super
there's a reason why I like
outspoken.
talking to you, dude, because you even say that, right? And people on the conservative side say,
How dare you?
you know what I mean? Say, oh, you must. Why do you not take? If you were truly
But that's what I'm saying.
chick, you
But
shut
that's
up.
what I'm saying is I think to a certain degree, and I get this too from speaking with my nephews and
How old are they? Your
um
nephews?
they're in their early teens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And I mean there's a lot of just cues and red flags that I know myself and my brothers and sisters have talked to them about that I don't know, it just seems like second nature to them, and I don't
So-
see them having a lot of issues with
My question to you, though, right? Because it seems like you are raising your nephews, right? I have a nephew who's 20, right? And he actually just got married young. He married a half Vietnamese, half black girl who, and they've been together for like 3.5 years, right? More power to him, right? But here's the thing: do you think that these women, right, especially in our community, these single moms are raising daughters that your nephews can marry successfully?
no, why would why would I point them in that direction? I mean,
But,
and this is what I'm saying so far is on that. And I know that this is not fair. I am an outlier. A lot of the internal family activities and rules prevent a lot of the things that a lot of the, from what I hear, the red pill guys talk about.
Mhm.
So I mean, there isn't going to be oh, I'm sitting and dating this chick, and my uncles and my family and stuff, and father and mother have not met her, and we haven't met her family. That's not going to happen.
Okay, so do you think that families as a whole are raising daughters that'll be suitable wives for your nephews?
I don't care. It's contingent upon them.
You don't
If
care.
Wait,
about all these other people
come
who
on, dude.
are.
Like a marriage takes two. Like you have to find a wife, right? He who
Let,
findeth a wife. If there's
let me
no
clarify.
wives,
Let me
you can
clarify.
prep.
Let me clarify. I care that the individuals that they eventually marry come from strong families. So far as what a large group of people are doing and how they choose to go about making their families and so forth, I don't sit up there and concern myself with all
But
of
you
that.
have to look and see what's the likelihood. It's going to be difficult for your nephews that you guys are going to raise and to be good, upstanding, movers and shakers. What the likelihood is going to be for them, and they have to be extra careful. That's why you
Well,
have to care, because you got to say, look, you are.
well, that's what I stated. That's what I stated, and like I said, let me clarify. I care whether the people that they deal with come from strong, intact families that go by our rules and everything as well. But in the aggregate, so far as like to be like some sort of, and I'm not saying that you guys are, but to be some sort of pro-black person that's like, oh man, but the community, all these people and how they're raising their daughters and sons, I'm not worried about that. People can do whatever they want to do, and there's going to be a lot of consequences to that.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna certainly steer my progeny as far as away from all of that as possible.
That's what I say too, guys. I
And
don't do the whole pro black thing. No.
So
and
lottery, hold on for 1 second. Lottery Guru 7 said, fellas on the panel, how come no one never addresses how many men suffer from approach anxiety and how people love to use the Me Too argument as a cope? Well, I'll say this, me personally, nobody's gonna care about men's anxiety anytime soon, unfortunately. Now on this channel, obviously yes, but we also get our channels demonetized.
Yeah, but here's the thing too, guys.
So
Once again,
it's all good.
hold on. I'm 6'3", 240. Like I remember in college, right? This is when dating apps had first started. No, this is after college. This is when I was in grad school, right? This is when dating apps first started in like 2008, 2009. I've always done well with chicks. I got a mouth, tall, whatever. A friend of mine, he was like 5 foot. I didn't get it, right? Until we were going through dating apps and he wasn't getting any matches at all. At all. Now, guys, a lot of guys between being raised by single moms, raised by tablets, yes, they have no social skills. But there's things that, like, I usually don't give dating advice on my channel. There's small things I tell guys. There's one thing that this lottery guru guy does touch on. There's two things that a good coach or mentor can't fix, and that's that's laziness and cowardice. You can't do it. A lot of guys are just too scared to approach. I tell guys this:
where did they get really that fear from?
Well, because women have made sport out of rejecting guys, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that, like nuclear rejection was a thing in the 90s when I was in middle school and high school. But now girls make sport out of like completely destroying dudes when it comes to rejection. Also, guys accept the friend zone too much, and it's a long type of rejection. And they see some chick that they like where they're giving her the boyfriend experience while she's banging, Chris Michael over there, So that fear comes from the basic fear of rejection, and then this whole TikTok type of social media stuff. But guys, to anyone who's listening to this, get really good at something. Guys, I knew a guy in college. He had like a gimp arm. He had like a, you know what I'm saying? Like his arm was messed up. But guys, he could play pool really, really well. He would get laid all the time. He would run the table, take bets, win tournaments. He was like a 5'8" white dude with a gimp arm. He was smashing chicks. You know what I'm saying? So you got to put some effort out there. You know, there's a fine line between those that are not trying at all, and then those that have tried and just got destroyed to where they have no confidence left. I find that it's the guys that have never really tried that try and act like they've tried to do every single solitary thing. It's like, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. So that's why the whole incel thing, no one owes you anything. Incels are like these feminists where they feel like people owe them stuff. Women owe me. Fajin, no, they don't. No one owes you anything. You're 500 pounds. You eat Cheetos. You're playing World of Warcraft. Get in shape, bro. Get a job.
Oh, bro, you know I found out there's this the incel account on Twitter. He revealed himself. He said he was 6 feet tall. So a lot of what I've found, a lot of the particularly the Caucasian incels, even though they tend to get the brunt of the blame, which I don't agree with, but a lot of them, they're just selfish. They just don't want to date outside.
Yeah. They don't want to do what it takes. Because
guys,
as a man, no one owes us anything, and no one's coming to save you. And the quicker you figure that out, the better off you will be. And I'm telling you, that's why I would say capitalism is a masculine mindset and socialism is a feminine one. Only women can think this whole equal outcomes, I deserve foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't feel bad for any guy that's not doing anything in his life. And I would say if you grew up relatively middle class, and by the time that you're 44 or you're my age, you are exactly where you wanted to be in life. I can see that if you were born in abject poverty or whatever, fine. But if you were anywhere near middle class, you could have joined the military, got a trade, got your CDL. You could have gone to college. You could have done all types of things. You know.
I will return to just the question that I asked before, though. Mm-hmm. Again, your ideal woman is one who wants to do the things that you want to do and who is agreeable.
Is the vice president. Yes. Is the helpmate. Yes. Yeah. Which is what most men got back in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or in most of the third world, like outside the West. That's what most men get.
Wow.
Africa, Southeast Asia, India. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
think about it.
Okay.
Who's the most married group of women in the United States? Race-wise.
I don't know. Probably Asian women.
Asians? Okay. Who's the highest earning group of women?
Probably Asian women.
Who's the most educated group? PhDs, masters, doctors, lawyers?
I would probably say the same.
Asians, right? Who's the least divorced?
The same.
Okay, now wait a minute. Why is it black women and white women say, oh, the higher up my education goes, I can't get married. But the women who outperform, all the other women are the most married because they treat marriage and relationships and children. They prioritize it right along with their PhDs. All the Asian women that I work with, the Koreans, the Indians, they're all married and have 3 kids. And they're the most accomplished chicks. Most black women and white women have jobs. They don't have careers. I know Asians that, commanders in the Navy, doctors, lawyers, right?
In America right now, Asian families, their family income is the highest over whites, over everybody.
Yeah, but that's because
just
they
there's a
can't
reason.
picture a life where they are not married and don't have kids, and
Exactly.
they take marriage seriously, and culturally they do it. Here's the thing: blacks, we did that too back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. My mom's one of 12. My granddad's one of 20. 20 kids.
The ones that are married and not a Christmas cake, as it's called.
A Christmas cake.
Well, okay.
We're not saying it's perfect. We're just
No.
It's
It's an actual statement about throwaway women that haven't been married after 25. But okay, my wife's Asian. Why get any house shall she? So I know the the people that I'm talking about. So I'm just wondering when you guys make mention of this, there are a lot of hobbies and things that a lot of people within the Black community that they are not involved in, that people in the Asian community are involved in. You take, for instance, I know you guys have probably heard the whole homework thing and studying and how much more many Asian communities study academically more than the Black community. That puts those two people in two different arenas. That's ones that are not on a basketball court or on a football field for hundreds of hours versus another group of people that maybe in study groups and libraries and mathletes and chess clubs and orchestra practice and so forth.
right.
That's a totally different upbringing and hobby.
That was my
and
upbringing.
everything.
I was about to say that was my upbringing.
Yeah, that was my upbringing. I'm Black.
Right,
I was in
right.
band. I was a mathlete. I studied. I got straight A's. I did all of that. I like Star Trek and Star Wars, and I've been in rock bands and metal bands, and I mean that's
So
I was literally a principal cellist having Asians jealous at me and shit. That's literally how I grew up. So
all right,
not,
so you know how it is to fight for first and second chair and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
So,
Yes,
so
exactly.
it wasn't really a fight. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, when you're growing up and you're dealing with almost like child prodigies and junk that they have legacy within symphonies and stuff. Yeah, dude, it's a fight.
Yeah.
But what I'm stating is then how does even the thought about whatever Keisha is doing come up into your mind? I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what the crap they're twerking and on TikTok and whatever. It's like, who cares?
Yeah. Is this because look, I would say this, I don't, B-dubs are not even in my universe.
So
they're just
what happened?
They're just not. What do you mean?
Most Black men still date. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I tell all the younger Black men on my channel.
I'm talking about for you guys then.
What do you mean?
You had access to the group of people who have higher percentages of intact family groups and marriages that are successful. They were at your fingertips.
Yes, but they're still part of the minority, though. You know what I'm saying? Like Asians are the minority. Like if you look at the majority of marriages and other things, you know what I mean?
We're talking about individuals. I'm talking about you guys.
Yes, but I'm saying
it was at your fingertips.
Yes.
Well, you think we didn't smash Asian chicks?
I'm not talking about that.
Well, you're talking about marriage, right?
Yeah.
That's a
it's just not.
That's different.
No.
That's a bit of a different.
Look. Until
you have access to family groups, to community, to much greater wealth growth.
Yeah.
To passing down. I mean, it's like
But here's the thing. you should be asking, all the lawmakers and the women, like, what would
No,
happen to
no,
where,
that's an individual choice.
No, but listen, to where we would decide to make that choice. Because here's the thing, I just didn't make this choice being ignorant. I made this choice for a reason, because I think that's what's best for myself. Because I spent years and years and years putting myself last and getting cooked for it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no.
So how does society?
What I'm saying is if you stated, and it's your choice. I'm not trying to pressure anything, but if you guys are stating you go by numbers, you make decisions by numbers, and then you put before me by asking me, okay, well, what group has these numbers, and then you're telling me that you were greatly involved with said group, then why didn't you go?
Because it wasn't just, look, I took the red pill and I made the choice that was best for me.
I mean, aren't they agreeable?
Yeah.
Aren't they would be involved in the different things that you like to do?
Yes. But here's the thing.
So what was the holdup?
But here again, what? Because I don't want the government in my business. Here's the thing. What can I get out of marriage that I can't get out of a long-term relationship? And don't say stability, because you know that ain't true. And until you can answer that question,
I can't answer it very easily.
What?
But again, this comes from that whole vantage point of, I know maybe I'm an outlier and so forth,
Yeah.
but the whole idea of what can you gain, the ability to pass down family legacy, the ability to have your mother and father see your kids, the ability to have your kids in a 2-parent household, seeing what love between the mother and father looks like. I see all of those as intimate parts of life.
Well, see, we disagree then, because I'm not having kids and I've never felt the whole legacy thing. I just, that's not my concern. So once again, I think that here's the thing, and I know that you aren't judging us for our decisions, but what I'm saying is there are people who have your mind. See us red pill guys, we're okay with letting people like you live your life. But there's people out there who will, I'm not saying you, but I know people that even called into my show that have said that there's something wrong with guys who go big town. This is the same as
everybody has decisions to make, and
have you ever heard
life, that's on
you
them.
ever notice how we can, how vegans eat doesn't bother us, but how we eat always bothers vegans? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, there's people who will have a negative, how a man chooses to live his life, to me, as long as he makes an informed decision and does what's best for him. Because when men win, everyone wins. And when women win, women win, right? Right now, society is focused on women winning, and society is losing. All this defund the police, open borders, transformers in the bathrooms. Women vote for all this stuff, and they expect men to ultimately clean it up. And what I'm saying is that if they're taking men for granted, and anytime they take something for granted, guys, you just take it away from them for a little bit.
Oh, so Comfort KM, I see your comment. He says CGA got frustrated, but he made more salient points. I kind of agree, because at the end, CGA was like, this ninja here, bro. He did. So something happened at the end. This will happen at the end.
Okay.
Somebody's book sales got brought up, and CGA brought up, he's like, well, I've written 2 books. I'm pretty sure you don't know nothing about that. And then Andrew Wilson said, well, my wife wrote a book and I get all of her money. And CGA was like, are you kidding me? So he almost blew a gasket at the end with that. That was just more, CJ was just like, wow, this dude basically pulled a my wife buys me Jordans type, but it was like in a reverse.
Here's the thing, though.
You know what I mean?
Honestly, Andrew Wilson and Pearly Things got into it about marriage, and that's when I saw the most amount of dudes calling Andrew Wilson a simp and all this. Andrew Wilson's not a red pill guy, but that was the first time where his worldview clashed with ours, right?
Oh yeah, and
yeah.
CGA did bring up his wife.
Yeah,
at the end. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the reason why that was such a shock to everyone is because Andrew Wilson, people always say he's red pill. He even says it. He's had to say it in debates. I'm not a red pill guy. He's a Christian ethicist. He's not. Most of his platform agrees with ours, and I don't think that this marriage thing is a big enough issue to where that's why people don't talk down Andrew Wilson on my channel. Because I think he does a lot more good than harm, right? So he thinks men should get married. I don't agree with everything that. I mean, I don't agree with 100% of what anyone says. Jordan Peterson agree with. Andrew Wilson disagree with. You know what I'm saying? But is their intent good? Are we on the right path? You know what I'm saying? Andrew Wilson is really doing a lot of good. I believe that his intent is good. His cause is just, and he's on the right path. But we can just disagree on a couple of things. And that's the thing about the red pill. Now, with Chris, Mike, myself, the older generation guys like Donovan Sharp, there's always this, oh man, he ain't real. He ain't real. He ain't a real red pill guy. All this infighting. Why? What? Pyro, you guys remember the whole 2012 Brother Polite Saw Netter days? You guys remember those?
Mm-hmm.
You remember? They would always come after each other. Oh man, Brother Polite, he ain't real. You know what I'm saying? Man, Saw Netter, he ain't real. David Duke has a YouTube channel. I never saw them go after David Duke. I never saw them go after an actual YT supremacist. They were always going after each other all the time. Why?
Umar Johnson.
Yeah. Man, Umar, he ain't real, man. He ain't real. He da. Why? It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. Anyways, bye, guys.
AJ, before you leave, I will agree with you with this. If you watch the debate, I was wrong about Andrew Wilson with this. I used to kind of think he was more on the grifty side, but I was wrong. I think he has a lot of blind spots that he doesn't know. So in the debate, CJ brings up how divorce is a lawsuit, and Andrew Wilson said, no, it's not. And CJ was like, what? Are you? So there's a lot of blind spots that.
Wait, say again?
So Andrew Wilson, he didn't know that divorce is a lawsuit, basically.
Mm-hmm.
He outright said it in the debate, and CJ was like, wait, what do you? And he had to basically walk him through the legal process, and I could tell that was a blind spot that Andrew Wilson did not know. So yeah. I'll say this: I think there's a lot. It's almost like a Steven Crowder situation. I think there's certain things that the average conservative, like Andrew Wilson, they just don't know about the family court process, and unfortunately,
well,
he might have to go through something personally to actually see what that is.
Yeah, guys, have you watched the lead attorney, his channel?
Oh yes.
Yeah. He was on a podcast. It was him, Pearly Things, and then this white chick was like trying to shame, the lead about his view on like marriage, because he says, guys, be careful, because he was a divorce attorney for 28 years, and this chick is arguing, and he's explaining the process, and like, guys get cooked. And guys, I did it. I actually went to family court because I had to pay a ticket like years ago, and they do family court on Tuesdays in my county here. You want to see some depressing stuff? Look at these dudes get destroyed. Look at how many guys self-delete because they can't see their kids. Yeah.
Oh, so somebody in the comments just posted they still haven't posted the live stream on the Crucible. So on CGA they simulcasted it on CGA's channel, and the Crucible. It's been a couple hours now. The Crucible still hasn't posted the live stream.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
But yeah, yeah.
Don't they usually put stuff like that in their paywall or something like that?
No, I'm looking at his because CGA has it on his channel, and the Crucible. If you go on their channel right now, they still don't have it posted.
Yeah, they'll probably post it tomorrow. You know, that's
Yeah,
how it works.
after they
Yeah,
edit it.
after they edit it and everything. But yeah,
Yeah.
guys. There's a girl that I know. She was dating an older guy. She's 36. He's 54, and he did 20 years in the Air Force. And he walked in his ex-wife cheating on him. She took his kids, you know what I mean, from him. They got divorced, and now she gets half of his pension. And she's like, I don't know why it pisses him off because every month he gets to see half his check gone, and he didn't do anything wrong at all. He did. I mean, he wasn't perfect, obviously, but she cheated and then got financially rewarded, huh?
What does that mean?
What?
Okay, and let me just ask you guys: do you guys really believe that in these marriages that go awry, that the majority of the time that there's just this one innocent party and one bad party?
Society. Here's the thing: society thinks that the innocent party is the woman. See, I think men can be lying, horrible pieces of trash. I think that women can be lying, horrible pieces of trash. The issue is that we don't say that women can screw you over just like a man can screw a woman over.
Yeah, I think they both can.
Yes, but see, here's the thing. By you saying that, they'll call you a misogynist. How dare you say that women screw men over? The very idea. See, here's the thing. You're in a way, you are red pill. Because you agree that women cheat almost as much, if not more, than men. Women, they weaponize kids. They'll marry guys just for money. They will marry guys just for a green card, right? In the same way that.
Well, to a certain degree, and this is, I don't know. I think where some bits and pieces of. I would say just reading between the lines comes into play. I think a lot of guys in those positions allowed themselves to be in those positions.
See, and that's.
I mean, this thing about man,
that's the wrong way to look at it.
She got me for a green card. It's like, okay, man.
Well, in that case, yes. But so, for instance.
A guy that was dealing with some, I don't know, he's in his 50s, she's in her 20s, or
no, but they
30s.
weren't married. That case was she didn't understand why he was pissed at his ex-wife. That's the wrong case. I have a question for you. So my friend, he's an engineer, PhD, makes a lot of money. You know, he's been married to his wife for 15 years and she won't give him kids. She won't. Should he get divorced?
Was that no, but was that a conversation that they had early on?
Yeah, yes. And she said yes. And then 6 years ago, she said no.
Okay, so let me get this right. They've been married for 15 years. Mm-hmm. They waited 9 years before having children.
Well, I found out that on their 4th anniversary, so they met. He was 28, she was 26. When they were 4 years in, he's like, we got a family plan. And then she said, I don't think that's something that I want to do. Then they spent like another 5 years going back and forth. And then 6 years ago, it's been a hard no. She's like, no.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? It's like, okay, so you said they've been married for 15 years.
No, well, they've been together 15 years, married for 10. Sorry.
Okay, so together for 15 years, married for 10. Okay. They were together for 5 years. And
they made the deal that when they first met, you want kids, yes. You want kids, yes. They got married under the assumption that they would have kids, and she walked away from the deal. She says no, not even adoption. She said no. So what is he supposed to do?
Well, and this is my, because in situations like that, so far
Come
as
on, bro. Come on, man.
no, I'm being really
Work with
serious.
me. This is a layup, dude. Come on, man. What are you doing?
And that's what I'm saying. I think that people throw into or just try to do these general brush strokes with such situations. I mean, we're talking about a relationship between two people, and we have no idea the conversations that they had.
I do.
We don't know. We have no idea.
He's my best friend. I do. This is my best friend. Okay, so
and that's a problem. You don't see that?
Listen, he's getting divorced now. Okay,
right, but
he's going to move on. And
don't you see that that's a problem, though?
No, because here's the thing.
So the other guys on
why can't you say she's wrong?
No, I'm not. I'm saying they both could be wrong.
No, she walked away from the deal.
Okay.
Stop.
He's
my friend. He's a 5'10", reasonably attractive guy. He's a PhD in engineering, so he's in the top 2%. He makes $250,000 a year. You know what I mean? He's done everything that you're supposed to be able to do to be able to have an outcome. Why is it that Jorge can swim across the Rio Grande and work in front of Home Depot doing day labor? He can have a wife and kids, but my friend can't.
I can answer
and have another family to the side.
Thank you.
I can
because you have to be able to say this woman is wrong.
I can answer that.
Your instincts are telling you that you can't.
It's not my instincts. It's not my instincts.
Here we go.
I can answer in just one sentence.
Okay.
What happened if he's a psycho?
What are you talking? He's not. Why? You are a misandrist. You presuppose that the man did something wrong.
I didn't presuppose any. I'm not saying that.
Well, why are we even having this conversation in the first place?
Because you made it seem
because it had to be his fault, huh?
No,
men are at fault. No. Everything's man's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault, right?
It's always Jermaine's fault.
Come on, man.
See, and this is one of those things that I've been noticing, and I noticed during the debate with between Drew and CGA. Just because CGA would raise his voice or overtalk, that doesn't mean that he's right.
You thought that was him raising his voice?
No.
Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah, you know, the being condescending and the joking and all that other stuff.
No, both of them are the same.
Yeah.
Everyone accuses Andrew of doing the same. They both don't. They're both pretty level-headed dudes, right?
Yeah. I'll say this. Let me be fair. Andrew Wilson, I don't think Andrew Wilson raised his voice either. They was just
they
were getting frustrated.
Is this? Look, I'm not Andrew Wilson. I raised my voice. All right, I'm not a cool character here. All right, I'm an animated, loud person. What I'm saying is that
it's no big deal. The only thing I'm saying is that there's no such thing as perfect men.
I never said he was perfect.
Women.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing.
It is. No. All I'm saying is it is possible for a person to be very successful, to be very good looking, and to be a jerk, and to the point to where people don't want to be around them. Is this not true?
But what does this have to do with
why are we trying to make it seem as though that's impossible?
She wants to stay married to him. She just doesn't want to have kids.
Maybe she wants the money.
No, she loves him as a person. She just decided she doesn't want kids. That's
maybe she likes the lifestyle.
Maybe she does, but here's the thing: the children are the issue.
Right?
He wants to be the whole legacy thing you talked about. He's that guy,
right?
He can't get that with her, so he's leaving, and he's gonna find someone else and do what you want, and him get married and have kids.
And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with him doing that or any of that situation. I'm just stating I find it interesting that he couldn't figure that out beforehand?
Because she bamboozled him.
All right. So and this is the point of what I was talking about earlier when I asked you guys what is your ideal woman and so forth, and then you mentioned just a bunch of things that you like to do and being agreeable. But if, say, for this guy, let's say if one of his ideal women things was, I want a woman who wants to be a mother.
Yes, and
what would be forget what she said. What would be some of the cues that you would see in her daily activities?
She had all that. That's why he married her in the first place.
What were they?
I don't know. How am I supposed?
Yo, you said you're the friend. No, everything.
Okay, here's the thing. No. Here's the thing.
You're the friend.
No. You're once again. You say it's all Jermaine's fault.
I'm not saying it's his fault.
I need you to tell me in this situation what she did wrong. I'm tired of hearing what he did wrong. Talk about what the woman did wrong. Okay.
You already told me what she
did. No. I want you to tell me.
Okay, I'll repeat back to you.
Wait,
she
bamboozled
him. She got into the marriage. She stated that she wanted kids. Then she changed her mind, and then she wanted to stay with him, but she doesn't want to give him the kids. I can repeat back everything that you said to me.
Okay. And what I'm saying, no. But listen. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He is divorcing her and he's gonna find a woman that's gonna want to be a mother. Now, you were saying that it's bad that he's getting divorced. You said that.
No, I didn't say that.
Chris, did he not say that him getting divorced is bad?
No, you asked me.
Pyro, come on, dude.
I'm gonna repeat back to you. You asked me, do I think he should get a divorce? I said no.
See,
I didn't say whether it was good or bad.
So you're trying to say that he should just not. So your whole legacy argument that you made earlier is BS then, right? You don't think men should have legacy or any of this stuff?
No, I think he chose poorly.
Okay, and now he's going to choose better. But you said so he shouldn't be able to choose again.
If he wants to make
you said that he shouldn't get divorced.
If you were giving the decision to me, that was my decision. I can't make that decision for him.
That is absolute clown shoes, my dude. Okay. That is clown shoes, man. But you know what? Hey, look.
If you believe that life is a series of everybody has to agree with what somebody else,
all I'm saying is that there's a little hint of misandry in your voice where you just automatically blame men. And what I'm saying is, as a guy that's an outlier where you've been married, you've been out the game, you found the right one, you're good. You should probably step back and maybe not be making arguments when you don't really know what's going on out here.
Well, no, my future argument for him would be just on the outside because I don't know the guy well. But if I'm just observing from 30,000 feet, I would say, well, from the very outset, you chose someone who, for some reason, you were unable to determine whether or not she was really serious about having kids or not. How are you going to rectify that in the future?
Yes.
What cues are you going to look for in the future woman that is going to convince you that she would definitely want kids?
But this is the best part about this conversation. You and I, we agree on a lot of stuff. But then we'll have this itty bitty ding ding where we butt heads. But here's the thing: he has to be able to divorce in order to do that. So, I talk to him and say he knows damn well that he's going to pick better. But divorcing.
How?
What's that?
Let's say he gets divorced. Let's push that aside. He can do that. What are the cues that he are going to look for that are going to prove to him that
I don't know because I don't want kids. Children? So I don't know. I don't know.
And that's what I was saying from the very outset. Here's the thing: he
has to be able to divorce in order to actually do the vetting process. And you said he shouldn't be divorced.
All I'm saying.
So how are we having this argument if we can't even make it past he should be divorced?
Because when we go to the very beginning of it all, I'm saying is whatever ways that he chose to choose this woman, he obviously didn't choose in a way to make sure that she actually wanted kids.
Even if he did, though, haven't you ever heard the term, a woman always has the right to change her mind? Guys, who's heard that term? That women actually say that a woman always has the right to change her mind, meaning that women can never be held accountable for anything.
No,
Ever.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
at all. I'm just saying
you're not
this.
saying
No,
that,
no, no,
but-
no. I'm saying this just for a second. You guys that are on the panel, outside of yourself, because you said you don't want any kids, what would be some telling signs that a woman would probably want kids?
They would lie to you about being
No. In the
control
way that
and
they
have
live
your
their
kids.
life. No, in the way that they live their life, where you don't have to even talk to the person. What are some things that you would be able to visually observe that you would be like, yeah, that woman probably wants some kids?
Dude, every other broad, once she hits 27, 28,
Yeah,
they're gonna
those
say they
baby
want
rabies
kids.
kick in. Yeah.
Like,
Most
so,
women want kids. I would say 95% of women want kids.
yeah.
It's
That's-
a
that's-
natural
there's no
biological
cues.
function.
So there's no cues at all that you
Not-
guys
I
can
mean,
can
we're not
figure out.
saying there's no cues,
not
but
really.
when women
Wow. So you've never come across certain people.
dude, hold on for a sec. When they want what they want, they'll say whatever. They'll say whatever they need. If they're in church, if they're looking for somebody, if they need somebody, they'll say all the right things. Now, obviously, I've made. How do you think my channel got popular? I would make videos like this, things to look out for. Same with AJ. We've made countless videos of things to look out for, what to look for. Not we don't got to go over that shit right now.
Well,
At the end of the day, we are dealing with laws. We're dealing with the court, the family court. It doesn't matter what she does, what she says. At the end of the day, if she can pull the plug, she can pull the plug. That's basically what it is. It's not even a matter of okay, what are the cues or what are this? Most women, they want kids at a certain age. They're gonna say everything. They're gonna say all the right things. They're gonna say everything that you need, everything that you want to hear.
They're gonna say they're on birth control.
They're
gonna say that they're allergic to latex. You know what I'm saying? All that foolishness. You know. So
you know what I mean.
So why are people going by what people say rather than what they do?
Because why do you think there's so many single moms? Because of what women do. They're getting pregnant by freaking Nug and Pookie. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So why would you believe someone that is saying, I'm a good woman?
Dude, what woman is
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I don't really. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not
like,
really getting
right.
What psychic powers that you're thinking that a dude's supposed to have, or read tarot cards? Or I don't know.
No, it's called just basic observation. And I think that's one of the major issues I think that's one of the major issues. People are just jumping into various interactions with people without observing them, giving some opportunity to see whether the words that they're saying matches up with what they actually do.
Well, wait a minute.
Most dudes aren't going to hire
No. Stop. If you sit down and have a serious conversation with a woman and say, look, let's plan on getting married and having kids, and she says, fine, I want to do that too. I want 3 kids. You know, hopefully we have this and that. You guys get married. You know, you get your education's done. You buy a house. You do all these things, and you're getting ready to go. And then all of a sudden she says no. What else can you do?
A whole lot. And
like what? Like what? I want bullet points.
Okay, so slowing things down, going back to the very beginning of what you stated. You're having this conversation about what, marriage and kids, right?
No, right? Kids, because they got married. I want to know about
kids. before that, they were sitting talking about marriage and kids. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Just talking about it is just one thing. what were some other things that they
You
got?
tell us. Okay, we assume we don't know. You tell us. Stop
Okay,
asking us.
did
Tell
they
us.
put a fund away for the kid?
Yes.
Did they talk to their relatives and different things about the kid?
Yes. Yes. Even her dad tells my friend to divorce her because
So
he should have kids.
So they had a what?
He's
I'm
talking about,
guessing-
bro. You talking about something that everybody that I know did that shit.
Did what? Did what?
You talk about stuff that this is everybody I know have done that.
Yeah.
You're talking like
Wait, so
did he put a fund away for? Did you put him in a college? Did you put him in tutoring? Did you talk about kids' names?
Yeah,
Everybody
they
I know
did
done
all that. They, my friend's wife's dad. It says, "Homeboy, you need to get divorced. You need to divorce her because she's not going to give you kids, bro. And I know you want to be a father. My daughter is not gonna do what you ask her to do." He said, "I've known her whole life, and once she's set, she's stubborn. So you're better off by her." Her own father told him that.
Dude, that was a terrible first example you named. I'm sorry. My bad.
So he married a stubborn woman.
When she's set in her major decisions, yes. But
right, so
before
he
that,
didn't know. So
they
he didn't
had
know.
Here's the
So
thing,
he
they
didn't.
don't
So
have any
she never
problems.
showed. She never showed any of that in anything else.
No, they got along just fine.
Oh, okay.
He's still like he's completely blindsided. Even their friends are like, I don't know what her problem is.
So the father is like, yeah, when she gets like that, she's stuck in her ways, and that's how it's gonna be. I've known her whole life and such and such, but he never had any situation with the girl before to where she had been showed any sort of stubbornness or anything.
Not when it came to the most important. Here's the you hold on, you know and I know. Kids are the one thing that you can't compromise on. You can compromise on money, religion, politics. You cannot that one issue itself.
So it sounds like there were other thin edge of the wedge issues.
No,
that may have been overlooked.
No, that's just the thing. That's the thing. There wasn't. That's why he was so blindsided by this whole thing.
Okay.
He was even accepting of her going through her whole I'm a gender conforming LDHD person.
Man, I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here, man.
Listen.
If you telling me this, then you.
But that's because she had a.
Come on.
This is after they've been married for like 7, 8, 9 years. This is after she said no.
Ultra red flag. Come on, flag on the play, man.
Listen. This is
after.
This is after, dude. This is after. So
man, that doesn't come after, man.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, dude.
It does because they moved to a more liberal area, and she had her friends.
Nah, man.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna always blame the guy. You're gonna always blame the guy.
No, I'm not blaming the guy.
You don't think women do anything wrong. You think that everyone should be able to do Miss Cleo and read people's minds and think that, oh, well, you should have. There are times where men get bamboozled and women get bamboozled. But here's the thing: nowadays, people have a choice. My friend is making the choice to do what you think is best. Find a woman, get married, and have kids. That's what you think is the best outcome. And you're still trying to, oh, well, he did. Instead of saying, you know what, man? He should get out of that. He needs to find a woman who will give him his legacy and make society better. But instead, man, he did the wrong thing. I don't want to hear that. You should be supporting someone who wants to have the outcome that you have. That should be the only thing that you should be worried about.
Why is that?
Because that's what you've been talking about this entire time.
Why? Explain that to me.
You said that marriage and relationships and children is the best outcome. It's best for society. These are the movers and the glue and all this other stuff. That's what you have said. You said that that's optimal, correct? That's your thesis. It's saying
Why should I want that for your friend?
You said that you want that for society as a whole. My friend is part of society. Now you're just.
Now, you were mad because men stepping away. Now he's talking about his friend that's actually part of the solution you were talking about. Do you even listen to your own?
I am. I
don't think you are.
I don't think you are.
Respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully.
No.
Look, man. You know, society needs people like you that are optimistic and that are maybe have more faith in women than the rest of us do, which is fine because but you're married to one. You want men to go marry them, right?
I have faith in my wife. I don't have faith in women.
You just talked about men need to marry women.
Is your wife not a woman? The fuck? What are you talking about?
No, my wife is not all women.
Well,
okay, so here, stop. Every single generalization that you've made this entire time and every single prescription is now null and void. The last 2 hours that you talked about every argument that you made is null and void because you keep going, well, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about me. You just said that it's optimal for men to do X, meaning that you're saying in general, men should do X. And you just said you're just worried about your wife and your wife's not all women. Which one is it?
It's both. It's called.
Oh my God.
If I could finish a sentence, it's called being able to understand the micro and the macro. They are two different things. And it gives the ability of individuals like yourself to live in a different way than myself.
But here's the thing. I never
that's
said
why,
that
and that's why I can say, although I could have this general view, I know that my macro, which is I started at the very beginning of all of this conversation with you guys and saying that I understand that I am an outlier in this conversation and amongst the subculture of Black America. The majority of people are not in my shoes. The majority of Black America are not pro-marriage minded and family oriented and all of that stuff. So that is how I can hold two different points of views that you guys think that are contradictory with each other when I'm looking at a subculture that does not value the very things that I hold as dear.
I think most men, Black, white,
see how easy that was,
minded, and most women aren't.
Most
men will want to grow up. They want to teach their son to play ball. They want to walk their wife down the aisle. I've talked to a lot of men. I've lived in multiple states. I've been to almost all 50 states. I talk to a lot of men. Most men, we have the masculine burden of performance, and we want to have a purpose. The reason why society is full of degeneracy is because men are not, marriage and families and all this stuff is not, women walked away from the deal. Men did not. Women walked away. Men control access to dating, relationships, and women they control access to sex and who gets born. But then what happened is that women made it so that the deal that men have, it's not a man can't find a good wife anymore. They just can't. It's not worth the risk. Men still initiate the majority of people in the United States are married. Men initiate marriages. Men are getting married. Men want to get married. Yes, even black men. Black men want to marry. It's just the women, I'm strong and independent, blah, 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 blah. How are you supposed to marry a woman who doesn't want to be a wife?
I don't know about that one. Do you guys believe that? What? You guys believe that the majority of people like I agree with you on the whole thing that the majority of people in America are, there are a lot of married people, millions upon millions, tens upon millions of people. In Black America, you believe that the default is towards marriage?
No, I said the majority of men want to marry and the majority of women don't. Yes, I believe that because men in general, our purpose, our nature is selfless, and women's nature is selfish. Men will go out and die for our family, our country, right? It's MGTOW is actually against men's nature because men want to be out there sacrificing, but when it's not worth it, it's just not worth it. That's why guys are like, here's this chick on the side of the road. Should I stop and help her? No, because she might have a ninja waiting in the bushes to rob me. You know what I'm saying?
So at the outset of this, you stated that
I'm gonna add Alpha to the chat real quick. Shout out to Alpha. What's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
what's
sir.
up, dude?
Yeah, if you can't hear me, let me know. I live in Southern California. I live in the mountains, and we don't have good internet. So let me know if you
No
can't
worries,
hear me.
man. No
I
worries.
hear you crystal clear.
All right, let me give y'all some clarity on this because you guys are actually talking about the same thing, but there's one big thing y'all missing. I presume that everybody on this panel is at least a generation Y, millennials. Anybody on this panel not a millennial?
I'm Generation X.
Okay, Generation X, even better. Are you a middle Generation X, like middle of the generation on down?
I'm 79 last year.
Yeah, actually, you're a millennial. You're technically a millennial, but we'll say Zennial. Fair enough. So you guys are all younger Gen Xers and millennials, basically, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no,
First,
I don't know how
let
old.
me.
Me and Pyro Gen Z.
Okay, Gen Z, excellent, excellent. So that's awesome. And I'm a millennial. I'm an 80s baby. So we all right there. We all together. That's excellent. First and foremost, everybody need to stop attacking everybody. We did not do this situation. You guys are all right. We did not do this. I want everyone to get that in your head right now. The men that did this were the boomer men.
That's true.
Yes, the boomer men did this with who? The boomer women. When did they do it? The sexual revolution. Did y'all hear about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. But see, y'all not framing it. Let me frame it. The sexual revolution, before the sexual revolution, we had a dating and mating system where everybody was involved in the dating process. Have you ever heard of the word courting?
Yeah. Yeah. We had talked about this like a while ago. Yeah.
But I guarantee you left one key thing out. If you had sex with that woman before the sexual revolution and they found out about it, what did they make the man do?
Marry her. Yeah.
You break, you
Yep.
buy, which is what my father-in-law told me.
Yep.
But what was it called? It was called something.
A shotgun wedding.
Outstanding. There it is right there. The shotgun wedding was the last option for the woman to get that man. Why? Because that's the old rule. You do not get the milk without buying the cow. You remember how that? Don't get the milk for free. That's where that statement comes from. Now, the reason why they had the sexual revolution is because the women said, we don't want to do that no more.
That's what
We
I had
wanna do
said
what?
earlier. I said men were okay with marrying and waiting until marriage and courting, and then women walked away from the table. They said that's patriarchy. Exactly.
Let me keep going because I'm gonna get you up to what y'all missing. It was who allowed that to happen though? It was the boomer men. The boomer men fell for the greatest trick that's causing us problems right now. What is the greatest trick? The idea that men and women are equal. We are not equal. That's the problem. We are not equal. That's why all this is going on. They kept saying, well, I guess if she go out and have sex, it's just like if I go out and have sex. No, it's not. Body count for women is not the same for men. Men don't have sex like women. Women don't have sex like men. That's how they fell for it. See what I'm saying? Because they promised the boomer men, the women did this. The women said, if you let us choose who we want, the marriage rate would stay high, the abortion rate would stay low, you would have less children out of wedlock. That's what they promised them. Because we all are equal. You know, ain't no big difference between men and women. We're equal. And what happened? Everything they promised did not happen. None of it happened. You understand what I'm saying? So in order for you to change this, you have to get the lie out. The lie got to come out, and the lie is coming out right now. And thank God for our transgender brothers, okay? Thank God. I don't support it, but they are proving right now in real time that men and women are not equal. You understand what I'm saying? That's the problem.
Yep.
That's the issue right there. That's the number one issue in the world right now. And I wrote this down in my dissertation because I'm finishing one right now. I said the question of the 20th century was the question of race, racism. Should we have it? Should we practice it? And for the most part, people said no. It's still around, but people are dismantling it everywhere you go. We don't support it no more. Fair enough. But now the question of the 21st century is what? Are men and women equal? And I said, no, that question is now being answered. That's why you guys are sitting up there tripping up on this stuff. You got to start every conversation with everybody, and this is going to flip your mind. When you say men and women are not equal, women know this. They know that. It's the men that you're going to have to convince that that's true. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're going to have your greatest hurdle right there. Because there's a lot of men out there.
Hold on. Everyone on this panel, we weren't arguing over if men and women are equal. That's I think all of us have a firm understanding.
I agree with Alpha.
Of force doctrine and all these other things where I talked about.
Did you say it?
Afghanistan.
Did you say it?
Yes.
Did you say it?
But here's the thing. Look,
respectfully, sir, I was waiting for something. You said you were going to teach us something.
Yeah. This is a diatribe.
Now pay attention. Pay attention to what
Dude, you can't monologue for like 10 minutes, dude. I mean,
let me land the plane. Let me land my plane.
No.
Because you never said it. Y'all said y'all understood it, but y'all never officially said it.
I think
that's the problem.
My preacher said this to me when I was 2 years old. I don't want to hear that shit. All right, we already know that.
Hear what? You don't want to hear what?
There's the thing, dude. Like, once again, this is not a monologue, dude. We're having a dialogue here, right? So, like, yes me and sorry, I don't remember your name. SK, whatever. We were going back and forth, but ultimately, I think he has good intentions. He's a good guy. He's successful in life. Guys can learn from him. We just disagree, right? Like, we were just having like a spirited debate, right? We weren't going at each other. I wasn't calling him, just disrespecting. He wasn't doing that to me. So there is no, like, I don't think there's a lack of understanding here. Like, all of us men that are in this space, we understand that men and women aren't equal, right? Like, it's what is the reason why these politicians and these corporations are trying to put women either in a place that's equal to or above men, and that's because it's profitable.
BPJ just enter the chat. I'm gonna enter in BPJ. How's it going, BPJ?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yes, sir.
How's it going? I'm glad you guys were talking about this debate. I was really looking forward to watching it. My quick thoughts was really, I know you guys were in the middle of discussion. I like these two people. This was to me like this was a title match right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I will say this: I felt like I think that Andrew Wilson kind of got the best of him a little bit of CGA. I think CGA, I'm not sure if it's because he got his, he's in a better place financially. I think that his head got a little bit too big.
He's working out again. I can tell. That testosterone. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly.
Not even really that, but just there was a quiet kind of humility when he did his stream with Hafiz, and he had this and basically ended Hafiz's career. That was more of a calculated. If you went back and you watched that debate, there wasn't any ad hominem. There wasn't any of this bravado. There isn't none of this, flexing and all this other shit. That was a different CGA than the CGA that we see here, where he's, constantly insulting Andrew Wilson, saying that he can't read, talking about his wife and calling him a Neanderthal. And
I'll say this though. I'll say this.
Yeah,
it was the reading part. That was more of an L on Andrew Wilson because he was bragging on his wife's book instead of. Oh yeah, yeah. Shout out to
Thanks,
AJ.
guys.
Please follow AJ's YouTube channel out here. Thank you, AJ, for coming on. But
Yeah, see you soon, AJ.
yeah, but still.
But he
Still.
shouldn't have. But the point is that, like, you know, because our audience, like, you know, because I'm a fan of both of these people. You know, I like CGA. I think he got some good points. I like Andrew Wilson. I think they're kind of two sides of the same coin. They probably have far more in common than they have apart necessarily. But Andrew Wilson is, a, for lack of a better word, a master debater. Like, this is what he does on a damn near a daily basis. This is what he's known for. This is his domain. Coach Greg Adams does not do this very often. You know what I mean? Especially on this platform. So I think that Andrew Wilson got kind of the W a little. Say it again.
He said a master debater with Andrew Wilson.
But
like his, but I mean,
it's what he does.
You know what I mean?
No, but what I'm saying is that
OnlyFans chicks.
Can I ask a question?
No. Andrew, no. Let's not do that. Andrew Wilson does debate. Does have.
Oh no. I've seen. But I'm just saying that was his claim.
If you look at the Crucible, all damn near all of his videos are him and other people. Like he.
Yeah, I got this. Yeah. You know, but still, that's obviously his claim to fame. You know what I mean? That's kind of.
Can I ask a question real quick? Real quick question. Is it wrong for me to say that I really can't take Andrew Wilson serious because of the decision he made with his quote unquote significant other? Is that wrong for me to say that?
I don't think it's here's what I will say. I don't think it's wrong, but I don't think it's a good look. The problem with most of these people, and this is the case for Andrew, this is the case for Rolo, this is the case for Steve the Queen, this is the case for they all have it, and I think this is where guys like even Hafiz, like, here's the funny thing about Hafiz. Hafiz was laughed at for being a simp, but in terms of all the women in the quote unquote manosphere or manosphere adjacent, he has like the best looking woman. If you look at Hafiz's wife, his wife is the best looking. Now, to answer your question, I don't think it's necessarily.
Yeah, money can buy any hoe, man. I mean,
well, no, but it's not. It's not about really money. But my point is just that, like, most of these people, if you look at the result of what they have, more than likely that's not what you want anyway. Andrew Wilson is preaching a lot of like these traditional values and Christian values and so on and so forth, but has a single mom. You know, she was married like 2 or 3 times. He's a stepdad. You know, it doesn't, like, that's not, if we're trying to, you know, lead by example, I wouldn't attribute that to being a very good example.
That's my question is, and I'm glad you kind of leading where I want to go with this is, and I'm glad all you men are on this panel, because I want to hear from all y'all on this. When do we separate the message from the messenger? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know if you said that guy's name, but I guess that's the No Fugazi guy. Is that guy? I don't know if that's his name.
No, Hafiz was the one who did the Roommates podcast.
Okay. Well,
he's also kind of another one. The point is that the vast majority of these guys who have platforms, who talk against being with single moms or purport to
Donovan Sharp,
Donovan Sharp, Rolo's one of them. You know, things of that nature. I mean, hell, even what's the name of the guy? The guy who exposes. I like his channel because he exposes. I forget the guy's name. John Anthony Lifestyle. John Anthony Lifestyle has the channel where the whole channel is just him going at Rolo, going at Fresh and Fit, going after this guy, going after Andrew Tate.
Lucario.
Right, Lucario, whoever it is. But the thing about John Anthony Lifestyle, he has talked about having a 1,000 something lay count, and a good chunk of those are troons, a good chunk of those are trannies, and he even admitted it.
Whoa.
No. Look, you can look up John Anthony Lifestyle. He's a big channel, big time game, loves talking about game and how many women he's with. And he's talked about how, yes, he has had sex with women who were trans, and they were.
Whoa.
Can you
My
see me,
bad.
We
Can you
didn't.
guys hear me?
Did Chronic talked about him also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but
But
anyways,
that's
you guys
why
get
I
my
don't.
point.
But yeah, but that's why I don't mention guys like that on
What
my
what
channel.
I like I said, that's why I'm asking this question, because I didn't know that about this. I didn't know that about John. I didn't know he was with trannies. I mean, see, this is what I'm saying, man. At some point, when does the messenger and the message have to link up? Because that's what I'm confused on. I'm hearing men say don't marry single mothers, then they show up with single mothers. Then one guy who's a so-called famous debater, and he married a woman who had 2 baby daddies before him. And then now this guy and Lucario is literally getting cuckolded. Someone's banging his wife.
No, no, you
Where
gotta.
where
So
where
you
do
got.
we draw the line at? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where's the
But
line drawn? Or where
that's
does it supposed to meet between the messenger and the message? That's my question.
no, but that's just your personal preference. So me personally, guys like that, they don't get airplay on my channel. So respectfully, right? Andrew Wilson, Lucario, those guys at the end of the day are grifters. Now, Andrew Wilson, not so much. Not so much. John Anthony Lifestyle, these are grifters, right? Donovan Sharp, grifters. So for me personally, if you're not if your life isn't if your life isn't congruent to what you're saying, it's not necessarily if I agree or not. You got to be congruent, right? So if you're not congruent, I'm not going to mention you on my channel, right?
You said,
So
but you
that's
said Andrew Wilson is not. Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm
Why
not
do
a
you
fan.
not put Andrew Wilson in that?
I'm not a fan of Andrew Wilson. I just said that.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
why
you
that's
you
not
put
I
so
don't
Andrew Wilson is out as well, because in my opinion, Coach Greg Adams, I don't agree with everything Coach Greg Adams said, but I do think that he is standing by what he says. I really can't take Andrew Wilson serious because of those decisions, man. I can't get past it.
Well,
That's why I asked y'all, is it wrong for me to do that? I can't get
no,
well,
no,
past
it's,
that,
well.
it's,
man.
it's like no, like I said, it's not wrong. It's your personal preference. Like me personally, I agree. I don't. That's why I don't really listen to. I'm not saying I don't listen to what Andrew Wilson has to say, but it's with an asterisk. You know what I mean? So
Well, I don't
that's
think it's.
why
I
I
don't.
don't. That's why I'm not really a big fan of Andrew Wilson's.
Well,
Well,
just
I don't think that. I don't think that
quick
Andrew.
question. Just a quick question,
I just want to say
because
this
you
real
guys
quick. I don't.
mentioned a lot of those guys. I don't know a lot of them. I just heard a few of them. But do any of these guys ever talk about their fathers?
I
No.
don't know. They probably not, but that's why those are not my personal people that I listen to.
I just want to
AJ,
say this quick.
you just saw him on his channel. AJ, I listened to him, right?
Mhm.
Iman 6'7", right? Black
Doug
agnostic. I
and
don't know if you guys. Doug MPA, right? The Black Agnostic Chronicles of Judah when he had his channel back in the day, right? These are kind of the guys I listen to, and then most of my knowledge I got from Corey Holcomb, and then just my personal life, right? That's
Oh,
kind
I
of what
hate.
brought me to the space.
Hey, is this Supreme King Coon on the panel?
In the flesh.
Oh, what's up, man? What's
What's going
good,
on?
man?
What's
I've
going
been
on?
listening to you
Come
all
across,
summer.
man.
I'm actually new to the manosphere. I've been catching up, and I've been listening to them
Yes.
old Bernard Riley debates with you and ARC and Obsidian and all that. Man,
Are you
you
talking about?
were
You talking about? Wait. You talking about me?
no Supreme King Coon. That I was listening to him having a lot of those old debates, and he was bringing a lot of good points, especially about black pathology and all this stuff. And I think that's kind of where my question is kind of going on this. And it's like, where do we draw the line on this stuff? Because
Well,
it's like
well, I was.
every week they come out, they tell you don't date a single mother. Then they all find out they got single mothers.
No,
So
but
it's like,
Andrew Wilson. That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Andrew Wilson is also standing on his squares. Where I don't. I've never heard him single mom or anything like that. His whole thing is married. He hasn't said this. You know what I'm saying? I think that he is, even though we may not like necessarily what his scenario is, he is staying congruent, because he has not, you can't find a clip of him telling men whether they have kids or don't have kids not to marry a single mom, because he himself has done that. His whole thing is that marriage and Christian values, specifically Orthodox Christian values, are what's good for society, blah blah, like things in that nature. But he's not.
I think he has though on whatever podcast. I think he has on that whatever podcast,
I
man.
mean,
I've
well,
heard him. I've heard him get into those debates where
uh,
he said, "Why would a man choose? Why would a man choose? Like when he talks to those OnlyFans girls, he said, "Why would a man choose you and you got a baby and an other woman don't?" So I've kind of heard him say things like that.
Right, but you can have that. Here's the thing. You can have that opinion, right? Of and tell a woman, hey, just laying it down. Because I here's what I don't think Andrew Wilson is doing. I don't think Andrew Wilson is saying that his wife would be less of a deal if she didn't have kids versus if she did. I think that Andrew himself knows, if you were to ask him, hey, would your wife be a better deal on the market if she didn't have kids, or if she did have kids? Andrew will agree that she would be a better deal if she didn't. He knows that. That's what I'm saying. Like, he understands this. I don't think that he's not self-aware. Let's like despite what it is, I think that he is self-aware that his situation is not the most optimal situation. But what he did was, given his SMV, given her SMV, he chose what was to him the best, the best woman available. And that's where a lot of men are refusing to do, because whatever is the best, I'll land with this point, because for most men, the best offer on the table is still a pretty bad deal.
Well, and shout out to the late great ARC and SKC know about that, about his book, The Beta Male Revolution. And I'm not trying to call any man beta. I'm just saying right now, y'all know the Morgan Stanley report, 45% of women, and that's Gen Y, Gen Y, millennial and Gen Z women, they're going to be single and childless by 2030. That's 5 years from now. So I think what you just said, as far as in my opinion, and shout out to Anchor Man, he said that I think the men have already made the decision. They're walking away from it. They don't want nothing to do with it. It is a bad deal. I think it's a rotten deal. In my opinion, I think it's a rotten deal. But I just don't see how these guys who have taken, and let's just be honest, Andrew Wilson took a bad deal. That's a bad deal, man. Two baby daddies from two different men. I mean, that's a bad deal. That's a rotten deal. So that's what I'm saying. At some point, as men, we got to say, hey, okay, maybe he's saying some good things, but we at some point, man, you can't prop up things like that, because it's gonna get muddy and convoluted. So I'm not trying to mess up y'all conversation. Shout out to you, Supreme King Cole. I'm still listening to you on Bernard Riley, man. You was doing some good stuff. Shout out to the panel. I gotta roll, y'all. Peace out.
It's been years, man.
Yeah, man.
all right, see it.
I don't know. I think the best advice that people could possibly get, and I know I'm being traditionalist, but I just think it's from their father, from their male relatives, and go from there. This getting online and taking serious life advice from guys that are living however, you have no idea how they're actually living in their, in their personal lives. For all we know, at the end of the day, some people could state that they are, living this free and whatever life, but they have some sort of secret, long-term relationship with someone. So we don't know.
Let me see. The Knight and the Bishop says most people can't moderate well. I think the guy, the guy that moderated that debate between CGA and Andrew Wilson, he literally looks younger than me. So he can only do what he can. But I understand what you're saying. Most people can't moderate well. Man, I'm still trying to learn how to do that. You know what I mean? So the Knight and the Bishop also says a bunch of these debate platforms have business arrangements behind the scenes, so their side wins. He says you can't trust for there to be a fair debate, and that's why I remember CGA said he doesn't want to do debates like this, but that's why I was surprised when I got the notification. All of a sudden, I just see on my Explorer Andrew Wilson versus Coach Greg Adams. I'm like, the fuck? All right. I guess it's going Let's see how
Yeah,
this goes.
I'm
And it went exactly how I thought it would. Now, I guess Coach Greg Adams was, I guess, quote unquote, a little meaner, and I'm not trying to disrespect, but it's just he was just he was frustrated. I think both sides were frustrated, but it just seemed like to me it was like CGA versus Hafiz part 2, and I've never considered Andrew Wilson like this, master debater. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It's really no emotions with it. It's just Andrew Wilson. He is what he is. The best of him is when he's debating chicks. That's where he gets most of his clips. Let me see here. The Knight and the Bishop also says, I never knew there were so many shitty human beings on this earth until I came to YouTube. I'll say this. I never knew there were so many. Low key, I said the same thing, but not with YouTube, but with Twitter and Clubhouse. Yeah. Clubhouse and Twitter. But anyways, yeah, Pyro, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I mentioned
Yes.
what during that 2020 was it that 2020 pandemic, and you had all these hoes on there saying some of the craziest stuff
Yes, I remember.
I've ever heard in my life. I'm talking about I've been around racist white people. I've never even heard them say shit like that. So
Yes.
Never. And I'm talking about I live in. Never mind. But anyways, yeah, Clubhouse was wild. But shout out to Comfort KM. Shout out to you. He said, did you see Comfort KM's chat? He said, "All right, I'm out of this. This is getting redundant." But
By the way,
to you. Go
by
ahead.
the way, yeah, was this guy named SKC or CK? I don't remember his name, but if you look at his email name, like it says Coon of Coons. Dr. Umar's gonna have a field day with this guy.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Because he wait, you've been what you be trolling the pro blacks?
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's too easy I don't know. The whole pro black thing is to me it's a huge joke, but hey, to each his own.
No, it's just at the end of the day, it's just everything's a dating strategy. So when a lot of the people I'll say this, a lot of the people particularly in the black manosphere, a lot of them used to be pro-black channels, believe it or not. And then once they ran into the problems that they ran into, then their channels started shifting towards this side of the content. So I know what you at the end of the day, that kind of stuff, even when you see like the pro whites on Twitter, right? It's just at the end of the day, it's just they think they're gonna get bitches by the way they saying things, and it doesn't happen the way that they think it's gonna happen. That's just my opinion on that.
Yeah, and the other guy was talking about old conversations that I had, and I was basically doing a little research project with for my kids, when my boys and everything, when they get a little older, because I know that they're going to be confronted with a whole bunch of pro blackness stuff and everything, and but I just wanted to show, basically archive various conversations and just straight logic, reason, no, cursing people out and ad hominem and all that other stuff, but in just showing them basically how people would react to that style of information in the future. And it's panned out. They listened to some of those conversations and debates of old and with their friends, and they're like, holy crap, I can't believe my old man said this to this person. But it is what it is. They learn.
The Knight and the Bishop says on YouTube, dudes will do anything for clout, views, fans in order to feel important, or because they want to feel important. Because they want to feel important. Doxing, harassment, pulling out Glocks on streams to threaten others. Yeah, we saw this recently with.
That sound exactly like you, Chris. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, man.
Oh
There's a lot
man.
of dudes that do all that type of stuff, man. It is crazy.
No, what was the? I don't know what the YouTuber's name. It was a famous YouTube. There's two famous YouTubers. The guy was out with his wife, and then the dude pulled out a gun and shot him in front of his wife and killed him. I deleted him. I forgot what those guys. They're from Vegas, but I'm blanking on their names. But yeah, this literally happened just like a couple months ago. So yeah, people with the people in men in their guns in this country, man. Wow. But anyway, let me see. Did I miss anything in the Andrew Wilson CGA debate? Oh yeah, just to the audience, if you guys get the chance, please watch the debate. It's about what's it? Yeah, it's about an hour 45 minutes long. The last 10 minutes you don't really have to watch it. They just kind of start attacking each other and their wives and their ex-wives and stuff. So you don't probably have to pay attention to that last 10 minutes. Just me personally, because I look at things differently. I don't, but I don't think Andrew Wilson made points that were already made by people like 30 and 40 years ago, which is basically societal enforcement. This is the only way, and you got to do it the religious way for the marriage, to work, etc., etc. The way society is trending is just not trending that way, just from my vantage point. And I think CGA was just making the point that his solution is not necessarily a prescription. He's just describing the problem. And people are not going to give you a complete map, a guide by guide on how to do things. When I was listening to Corey Holcomb, right, as a college kid, right, as soon as he said it, it's not that he told me exactly what to do. He was just describing the problem. I was able to put two and two together, and it just clicked. I was like, oh, I know exactly what I need to do. It's not a matter of, okay, they told me exactly what to do, so I'm gonna do it like this. People are looking to CGA and saying that he's in the wrong because he's not giving people a solution. And he's written two books. He's written two books. He wrote The Free Agent Lifestyle, and then he wrote De-Evolution. And then on his website, he had 50 things to do. He wrote another book, or not, he didn't have a book, but another guidebook where he was talking about the 50 things to do before getting married. And people are still looking at him like, where the solutions? Bro, you got to do the work yourself. At the end of the day, nobody's going to hold your hand and tell you got to do it. Like, all people can do is give you the unadulterated information, not leave information out. You take the information and you do with the information what you will. Use it as a shield, not a weapon. That's how I look at it. Use it as a shield, not a weapon. Don't be like one of them stupid people on I made my girlfriend listen to Kevin Samuel. Come on, man. Like, don't do that. Just understand you got this information that you never heard before. You do your own research, and you look at that research. You're like, oh, damn, I didn't know this. This is some real shit. I'm actually observed this in my real life.
Yes,
but
you're right because like,
go.
You're right, but yeah, like you were right about that part because like woman would not sit you down and make you listen to Miss Sprinkle.
I'm still, what's crazy about Miss Sprinkle. There's like, because when you do your own research and you start looking at not necessarily the comment section, but just looking at the responses, you'll be surprised. There's like a lot of women that really take what she says seriously. Now, I think Miss Sprinkle Lady is funny. I don't even think And obviously she's scamming. She's just scamming for views. But there's a lot of women that are taking what she's saying seriously. So it is what it is. You can't really do much about that. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say about Miss Sprinkle. What's her Shara 07? Shireen 07?
Yes.
007?
Hero 7.
I just find her funny because I remember she did say something extremely funny. I remember she was talking about like if you were a girl and if a guy approaches you and if he comes and approaches you and he tries to spit game on you, she said that just go and hold his hand, just hold his hand and be like, man, I've been waiting for this godly man to pay my bills. He said, I've been praying for this moment for so long. She said that guy was gonna be gone.
Yep.
I thought that was funny. But
she knows the game.
But I don't, it is what, like, with her, she's just, it is what it is with her. I just don't understand, like, just with the CGA Wilson thing. I just don't understand the comments where they're saying he's being mean. You're being, that meme Pyro is like, you're being mean. You're being mean. Well,
Yeah.
that's
Oh yeah, that cat meme, like the cat's supposed to be a support
animal. And the girl said, you're being mean. Yeah. The cat just looking at her and just looking.
That's basically the response. I'm like, so because CGA said the truth, you know what I mean? Like about just marriage in general, the government being involved, there's no God in marriage, etc., etc. All of a sudden they're saying that he raised his voice. I'm just saying, they're like, wow.
Already.
Maybe because I'll say this, because Pyro, you're Jamaican, so
yeah,
you're from the Caribbean. I got a Caribbean background, right? So maybe we're maybe raising, I guess raising people, like when people say somebody raised their voice, that's nothing. that's basically life. So when people are saying raising their voice or yelling, I don't know what they mean by that. I really don't know what they mean by that when they say, oh, he raised his voice at me or she raised her voice at me. I'm like,
well, because they think,
what did she say or what did he say?
That's mad. That's like in their mind, they think you're getting mad at them or something.
Yeah, I don't get that. I never really.
I don't get it either.
It's like I'm like, well, he raised his voice or she. I'm like, what did she say? What did he say? That's what that's what matters. What did he say? What did CGA say that was so preposterous? Right? That where it's just like, oh, Andrew Wilson like dominated CGA. I'm like, where did we watch the same debate? But the problem is, I think that's why this whole shit with you got these guys, they're debating OnlyFans chicks that don't know nothing about nothing, and they hold it up in the air like it's something to be proud of. When I know, like, I literally know a 12-year-old girl that I'm teaching lessons to that could debate these OnlyFans hosts by herself right now. Is that really an accomplishment? Respectfully, you know what I mean? So that's not that's why, like, I don't it's not something that I really honor, right? So those same debating tactics that he used with the hoes is not gonna work on a man at the end of the day. So this is why even some of the other debates I've seen him do on the Crucible, when he's debating just not smart men, but just competent enough men that have a little bit of nuts, it's like you would think the way people talk about Andrew Wilson, you think he's like fucking Jesus Christ, but he's he's very gettable. You know what I mean? Same with Jordan Peterson. like I remember when the announcement came out, when they said Jordan Peterson was going to go on Jubilee and debate. I was like, that's not a good idea, because I'm talking about, you're dealing with people, particularly when you're talking about atheists. Their life is literally centered around, I'm going to debate a Christian and make him or her look stupid. That's what they want.
Yes. At
That's
this point,
literally
you're just
and
playing
I hope people don't
into
get
their
you
hand.
can still make money.
They want you to talk about Jesus at that point. Like
Imagine,
they are
like,
doing. Yeah.
that's like, how do there's let me give you some sports examples. That's like, if you're a basketball player, if you're a dribbler, if you're a point guard, you want a center, a 7-foot goofy tall motherfucker that can't really move. You want him to guard you one-on-one. It's easy work. If you're a soccer player, if you're a winger, you want to play against a fullback that can't run, because wingers are usually the fastest players on the field. If you're if you're a baseball player, you want the pitcher to throw a fastball right straight down the middle. That's what it's like for an atheist. They want a Christian to come into their realm and try to debate them. That's all they live for. So when it comes to, I don't know, with Christians and the traditional conservatives, they really think they can just come into the space, whether it be YouTube, TV, and they think they can debate normies. And the best that they can do is just debate OF 304s. That's literally the best thing that they can do and get results. And
Especially especially when the normies are talking about the red pill is that it's not gonna die, bro.
No.
If you think especially if all of our channels disappear, like I think, like when we say, oh my god, they're all gone now, we're just gonna be back to normal and just take care of all of our men and just live like good people. You wish.
It doesn't matter. So, like, I'm pretty sure Erling Haaland has never seen a red pill channel in his life. He's a 6'5" superstar athlete, can get any woman he wants, right? Best soccer player in the world, whatever. And then his girl goes on his channel and says what she says in front of his face. Now, what does he do? What does he do from there? What does he do from there?
He's definitely gonna drop her like a bag of bricks.
Right? No red pill required. Right? No Andrew Tate reference, right? Required. It's just a woman being a woman, going off at the mouth, disrespecting her man in front of millions, and thinking there's nothing wrong with it. Right? And yeah, that's a good point, to bring up. Now, to finish off, because we are being redundant. I do agree with Comfort KM. So we should end this stream. We went on for what? Almost 4 hours. Damn. And shout out to AJ. AJ basically he carried the stream. Shout out to AJ for popping through and being objective, because Andrew Wilson is his guy. This is why I'll say this. Let me give a shout out to AJ real quick, because AJ found my channel because I was making fun of Jesse Lee Peterson. And like I say, most people, when their guy gets made fun of, they hate you like forever, right? But AJ, he just said he found it funny. Come on the channel, talk. And most people would get tight. You know what I mean? So AJ found my channel. AJ is one of the few people that I can trust in this space, and in terms of how his lifestyle and his congruency, he's one of the few people that can keep it objective here. And shout out to him for coming on here. Debate. I know he likes to say Andrew Wilson is a great debater, but AJ, you're a better debater than Andrew Wilson. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It was proven right here when SKC came on here, and I think he was trolling half the time, but he's when people do the replay back, people gonna be like, damn, AJ a good ass debater.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So AJ
Mhm.
really came on here and whipped ass. Sorry, SKC. Don't
Like
I'm sorry, SKC. You got roasted, brother. You got roasted.
all of us saw what SKC was doing. Like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
spin back. And we said, come on, man. Answer the question. Stop spinning around.
I said, I'm like, homie, how many times he's going to what somebody say in the chat? Filibuster, ad hominem, she's choosing wrong. And it was crazy when we put him on the spot when we asked him, okay, what's the one thing that we can't see when trying to identify a mother? And then the first thing he said, does she have a college fund for the kid? I was like, oh, are you kidding me, man? Come on, man.
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly.
oh, I damn near exploded. I was like, oh, come on.
I literally mute my mic. I had to say, come on, bro.
I'm sitting there like, bro. I know teenage parents. I'm talking about. I know teenage parents right now. They got the chick out. They already have. They already. They already had started one when they were like together in high school, but they didn't know they were gonna get pregnant early. I've most of the situations I've seen, even the ones that don't work out, they have a some kind of a fund. That's a weak ass argument. When it comes to this is, and I forgot what I should have asked SKC, even though he was trolling for most of it, in my opinion. But what I would tell somebody like a SKC is you need to watch CGA, The Marriage Wheel. I don't know if you ever seen that video where it's Coach Greg Adams talks about the marriage wheel. That's one of the most accurate, descriptions. And it goes to the part where when you're with the woman pre-marriage, everything is gravy. She's saying everything you want to hear. She's saying all the right things, right? She's usually around that 26, 27, 28 range. But then once she pops out a few kids, and now for you to provide and protect for her, she doesn't have to hold up her end of the deal anymore. So you're going to see the real her specifically after the marriage, but really specifically after the marriage and after she pops out a few kids. That's when you're going to see the real her. Aisha Curry.
Yeah, I know she's gonna start
example.
selling. She's gonna start awarding you prizes whenever she give you a task.
Yes. And it's just little things like that. Well, and then on top of that, when you're cohabitating with the woman, since many dudes don't know this, when you're cohabitating with a woman, that it's like that first month or two. And I'm not gonna be specific about my life here, but I'm just telling you guys those first month, that first month or two where you're cohabitating with a woman, you're gonna be having sex you're gonna be having sex everywhere. But after the 2 months, she's gonna be like, look, I'm just giving out all this sex to him and I'm getting nothing out of it. So that whole thing where y'all having sex every day, that's gonna turn into every other day. Then it's gonna be like, oh, you gotta give me this if you want. This is why in long-term cohabitation, you deal with sexless long-term relationships, sexless marriages, etc., etc. Because the woman, she's giving up her body and she's getting nothing for it. So these are the things that a lot of dudes they don't know about this. They don't know. About this. So they'll see a meme. Like I remember there was this video and it was a guy who has a girlfriend, but he's going to the bathroom to watch some porn and masturbate, and then that's the skit. And then most of the guys in the comments was like, "With a girl that looks like that, why do you need your phone?" And I'm like, well,
Yes.
clearly you guys have not been in a situation or seen examples of a situation of a long-term cohabitation situation. When you're cohabitating with your quote unquote partner, sexlessness is most likely to occur. So it's not
Yes.
it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when that's going to happen. So you better be with somebody that you like. This is why older folks will tell you before you even marry a chick, don't go off of looks or if your sex appeal. This is why they'll say stuff like this, because you're gonna go through a period of time where she's just gonna stop doing what she's supposed to do. What are you gonna do then? Right? So this is the stuff that we talk about. Now, I think I've exhausted all the points though with the CGA and Andrew. But how about this? How did you, Pyro? How did you like that debate between AJ and SKC? How'd you like?
It was
that debate?
it was tiring, but like whenever AJ talks, it's always entertaining because he always bring up good points and then try to set an example for you to answer. But all SCK does is just dodges every single answer, and it just gets extra frustrating. That's why I have to keep muting the mic because I really want to shout at him like, "Come on, man, just answer the question. Come on, answer the question, please."
It was almost like watching Fresh and Fit, right? Where you got a
Yes.
dude, you know what I mean? It's just this is why I don't try to watch, or it was literally like watching. Ironically, it was like AJ was arguing with a broad. No disrespect, but the way that he kept dodging the questions, changing the questions, not remembering his own his own like statements, AJ having
Yes.
to repeat his statements to him, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna talk extra slow real quick so I can so I can to delay the answer that I want." Doing
Yes.
little things like that. And you're
Yes.
just like, "Oh, okay, he's trolling."
He's trolling. He's stretching it out on purpose.
Yeah. So, but shout out to AJ though, man. Shout out for his patience, because AJ got a good heart.
Yes, he does.
You saw when Alpha came in, and no disrespect, because I saw what Alpha, like, I think Alpha came in at the wrong time. Looking back, he probably thought we were talking about elementary stuff like that. Alpha came in talking about stuff that we already know about. So he probably just came in at the wrong time. So
yes,
that's why I had to mute him. I was like, bro, I don't want to hear that shit right now. We literally talk about something completely different. You know what I mean? But shout out to Alpha for staying on, and I think he caught on that we were way past the history lesson that he was trying to give. And shout out to him for not getting offended in leaving. So shout out to him on that. And I'm gonna look out for his username, because he said he'd be on Obsidian's channel, and then he said he's seen SKC before, Supreme King Coon, and the name sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar, but I just don't know where it came from. People been speaking about the name before, and I was like, who is that? I never heard about this person before.
I'm like, I think I've heard somebody mention this stuff.
Yes.
His name in the comment section before. I just can't put. And then then Alpha talked about Obsidian. I was like, oh, maybe I might.
And then his account name, Coons of Coons. So I'm saying this guy is definitely a troll.
Yeah, he's a troll. He's definitely a troll. But yeah, shout out to AJ. AJ, you might not get your flowers, but shout out to you. You're way better on the spot. You know what I mean? On the spot debating. And it was a troll. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So shout out to you for being able to make your points. Really brought the conversation home. You know what I mean? Shout, man, that was great because I didn't have the patience. I didn't even have the patience for none of that nonsense. So shout out to
Me
AJ.
neither. Do you see me have to mute the mic? I had to
Yeah,
mute the mic.
yeah, I saw. But anyways, let me do one more. Just to show you guys. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Okay, so guys, please watch Andrew Wilson versus CGA. They don't have the interview. They don't have the debate on the Crucible yet, which is very interesting to me. Let me just check Andrew Wilson's YouTube page because maybe he simulcasted it on his sorry, that is his page, the Crucible, but I'm just trying to see if it's on. Yeah, because it was simulcasted from the Crucible and then to Coach Greg Adams' channel, and Coach Greg Adams still once the live ended, it was posted, and the Crucible still doesn't have. That's why they were saying in the live chat that they deleted it. Now, the live ended early than expected because his wife got brought up. So that's why they low-key ended the stream a little bit early. I don't know. That's why they're not posting the live. Yep, they're just not. I'm looking at the Crucible as we speak.
Yeah.
They still don't have the best thing that they're probably going to do. They're probably going to try to get a clip to where they feel like Andrew Wilson proved CGA wrong, but that's probably all they're going to get. A clip or two. So yeah, that's just me personally. If like I said, Pyro, just if you get the chance to watch the debate, it's about an hour and 30 minutes. Sorry, an hour 45 minutes long.
Yeah.
It was
gonna check it out.
Yeah. You should definitely check it out, man. Shout out to you. Thank you, Pyro, for staying for 4 hours, bro.
Yes, man.
Like, for real, thank you, man. I appreciate that, and shout out to AJ because he could have been doing a live stream himself, and he came on my channel. That was and that was very I'll say very unselfish of him to do, because he could have easily done a he could have easily just done a live reaction just right like at the same time that I did, but he came on my channel, dropped some knowledge, made a lot of jokes, schooled SKC. He schooled a troll. You don't see a whole lot of people able to do that. So shout out to AJ. Follow AJ, follow Pyro on YouTube. What clip should I leave the stream on? And shout out to Alpha too. I'm sorry I had to mute you earlier, but I didn't want to hear that history lesson. No disrespect. I still got respect for you though. I just did not want to hear that history lesson. What video should I end this with? We got
donations.
Yeah. That's how we landed. Yeah, we gonna land with that. Let me see if I can set that up. That's one of my favorite clips of all time. Shout out to you, Power. We'll keep in touch, man.
Yes. See you soon, man.
All right, peace out, guys.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.